Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 17-part video series showing you how to create SL house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, drop down, and select Architecture Template, and then press OK. Let's wait for it to load, and then once it's loaded, as you notice, we're in level 1, so we're gonna start here. One thing that we're gonna add is the grid line. So under architecture, we have grid line right here on the right side top. Keyboard shortcut is GR, so you can even type in GR, or you can select this icon. So once you type in GR, you'll be able to add in the grid line. So we start off by clicking below and going up, so the vertical. And if you notice, we have these icons right here. Those are elevation tags, and we want our model to be on the center of this. So roughly around here, I'm gonna select and then going up. Press escape and then escape again. If we zoom in, it started with a vertical grid line that is number 1, and in Revit it recognizes if you add number 1, and then if you add another one, it will create number 2 grid line. So here I'm going to zoom out again, and then I'm going to select grid line number 1. You can then copy it by going to modify and then this icon, or you can just type in CO. That's the keyboard shortcut for copy. So CO, and if you notice, we have some options here. One thing that you want to check is multiple, so that we'll be able to add multiple grid lines at the same time. So here I'm just selecting this again, so select that and move it on the right side, because we want our grid lines to be in sequence going on the right side. So here I'm gonna type in 2200. Next will be 1780. Next will be 3940, and then we're gonna stop at grid line number 4. Don't you worry, even though it's not in the center, we will be able to modify that later, or we could just move it later on. So the importance is we're just adding it now. So let's add in the horizontal grid line. So you can just type in GR again, that's the keyboard shortcut, and then we need to go from right to left. So I'm gonna click it here, and I'm gonna click on the left side. And if you notice, the sequence is still numbers, but in our horizontal grid line we want it to be letters. So what you need to do is just select the grid bubble. You'll be able to change it. So I'm just gonna put in capital A. So here, similar to the numbers, Revit will recognize this, and it will create numbers sequence right here. So it's still selected. We could type in CO, that's for copy command, or we could just select it under modify. So click that. Multiply is already checked because we did it before. It will recognize it, and then it will leave that option as is, so we don't need to check it again. And then we need to grab the A grid line and then pull it downwards, because we're going to add in more grid lines. So from A and then going B, that will be 3620. Next will be 1360. Next is 3660. And then the next will be 4520, 1210, 430, 10, and then lastly it will be 1245. So we have until H grid line. Press escape and then escape again. Now it's a good time for us to select everything, and then you could just drag it. So at least now we know that it's in the middle. And then now what we can do is we could press escape and then escape again. We could then select this, and if you notice we have temporarily dash line here. That indicates that if we move this, it will move on all of them. So I'm just moving it upwards and then on going left side, so that we know that we could have some proper spacing here. So here I'm just gonna do this and then going upwards. And then I'm going to select everything again just to put it in the midpoint or in the middle of the elevation tags. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to select the align dimension. You can type in DI, and then what we usually do is we select each grid lines like that, and then we put another one that is overall. So let's do it here as well. So all the grid line. That's why I gave a more spacious here for the grid line. And then after that we could just select this and then move this one a little bit right there, and we could just move it upwards. So we could just clean it up a little bit. And if you want, what you can do is, if you want another grid bubble on the ends, what you have to do is select each and every one of them and then check the box at the end that it doesn't have the grid bubble. So you will need to do that in order for all the grid bubbles to show. And it's a good idea, especially when you're like me, you're teaching. It's better to coordinate and to see all the grid lines, so that you don't need to keep on moving around just to see the what's this grid line is. So it's a good thing to have all the grid bubbles. So next that we're done with the grid line, we then go to our elevation. I'm just going to close the ceiling plan, we don't need it. So here in our elevation, you can double click south elevation, and then from our south elevation we're gonna do all the necessary changes that we can do. So here what we have is level 1 to level 2. I'm going to select the level 2. Once that's selected, I could then change the elevation to up to 3000 right here, and then click apply. And you can even change the elevation right here as well, just for example. So either way, you can change multiple options right here. So I'm just gonna undo that. I want my level 1 to level 3 to be on that height, 3000. And then now what you can do is you can select this grid line and you could click on copy. Once you click copy, we're going to add level 3. So you can also type this one. You can type it as 3000, and then you have your level 3 right here. The only problem with copying this is that you don't have the floor plan right here. In order to do that, you need to go to view and then click on plan view, floor plan, and then you need to select level 3 and then press OK, and then as you can see, you're in level 3. So another step. So I'm going to undo that, and then you can also do just a regular addition of levels. You can go to your architecture, and then beside the grid line we have level. You can type in LL, that's the keyboard shortcut, and then you can just add another 3000 on that level. If you notice on our levels, we don't have level 3 yet, but once we add this, it will be automatic right here. So you don't need to do the extra step that I showed you under view, plan views, and floor plan. Either way, it will work. What I like to do, especially if I have multiple stories, is to do the copy command, just because that it will be a lot faster. And then if you notice here, when I was like adding the level, I need to do the temporary dimension to see if the level or the dimension that I'm adding is the correct one. So if I'm gonna add another one, if you see it will take a long time just to get the 3000 again. So here I got the 3000, and then I need to zoom in and then zoom out just to add another 3000 to my level. So that takes a while, but at the same time all my floor plans will be here instantly. But if you're doing multiple levels, I think it's a good idea to just use the copy command and then just do the view and then floor plan and then select everything that is not showing up here, and then that's it. So here what I need to do is you need to push this one up. So now, just for an example, if you don't do that, if we go to level 3, the grid line vertical here is not showing. One of the reason is because of this. You need to push this up so that every level will have the same grid line and it's showing. So that's one of the issue if you don't see any grid lines on that level. So you want to make sure that everything is showing. Just extend it, and as you know, we have a temporary dash line here indicating that it's easy to pull it up or down because everything will follow. And then here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add another level. I'm just gonna add a level probably around 500, and then I'm just gonna press escape to rename this. This one will be, I believe this will be ground floor, and then I want the name to correspond with the view. So the level 4 will be ground floor, and it will be negative 500 from level 1. And then here, as you notice, everything is overlapping, and that's not a good view. You will need to click on this add elbow. Once you click that, you'll be able to extend this one so that everything is visible. You can even move this one right there and this one right here, and still it's still showing that it's negative 500 from level 1. So that's what you have to do in order to make it look professional and everything is not overlapping. So now, just to double check, we have our ground floor, level 1, level 2, and then level 3 right here. Everything is showing. Under elevation, we need to double check that everything is pushed up. So here, let's push it up like that, and then push this one down so everything is showing. And here we need to add elbows so that everything looks proper. So like that. Under north as well, we need to do the same thing. Everything is up, everything is showing, and then we just need to fix this one so that we could add elbows so that nothing is overlapping. South elevation is done, and then just the west elevation. Just gonna do that, pull it there and pull it right there, and move it like that. So now, even in your, just for example, even in your grid line vertical, you can, if you have something like this, you can also add elbows so that you will space it out properly like that. So this one won't be overlapping. So those are the things that you can do by yourself. I showed you how to do it. At least you'll be able to clean out your project and everything is organized. So here I'm just gonna do this, and then it's up to you if you're gonna do it on the rest of your floor plans, just because it's good to be organized like that. And then attention to details is a must in architecture, so always be in a lookout for errors like that, because obviously that's not when client sees it, they will see that, oh, this person is not attentive, or this person is not checking everything if it's there's errors and those kind of stuff. So they might think that you're not a professional. So now once we have our levels and grid line, we can start off in level 1. And as you notice, we have so many things that are open right now. We could clean that up. So I just want my level 1, and then from here we're going to add walls. But I want to clean or to delete all of this just to close it off instantly. So here we have close inactive views. Make sure that you're in the level 1 or to the selected view that you want to have, and you don't want to close this, but you just want to close on all of them instantly. So you can just select this one and everything will be closed. Also, before we finish this video, we want to make sure that we have everything saved. So you can click on save, and then let's save this to the location that you want to. So once you selected this, SL house, you put your name in, and before you click on save, click on option. This option has a lot of information that you can change. For example, this maximum backup. So here it will fill up with save files up to 20, and then it will change on, once it hits 21, it will override the first one. So basically it will create multiple files right here, and sometimes that's too much files. So for me, if you're a beginner, choose 10 or put in 10, so that at least you can go back to the files if you made a mistake that you cannot undo. If you're intermediate, I advise 5, and of course if you're expert, 1. But for me, I'm just gonna put it 5. I think that makes sense. It's not too much, but at least I could go back to any save files that I could go back to. So here, this is a must. Make sure to put in a couple of backups that you want. press OK, and then click on save. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this SL house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, you were able to set up our project. Now we're gonna continue working on this by adding on walls. So here, under architecture, we are gonna click on wall. And then here, we have basic wall, generic 200 millimeters. For this one, it's basically emptied. So if we check here, everything is emptied out. Nothing is in the exterior and the interior side. All I know is that newer Revit, I'm still using Revit 2020, but I know Revit 2021 and onwards, the new ones, they don't have preset for generic 200 millimeters anymore. So for you guys, what I can tell you is you could just choose whatever you want here, and then here you just click edit. Make sure to duplicate this. So you put in exterior wall number 1. Press OK, click on the edit, and then here we basically have the exterior side and then the interior side. We just need to delete everything except for the core boundaries, structure, and core boundaries. Those 3 things are the ones that you cannot erase or you cannot delete. So right now what I'm gonna do is just click on delete, and then once we're here, as you can see, everything is grayed out. So the delete button is grayed out because that's something that you cannot delete. So here I'm selecting this, it's grayed out. So now we're just gonna click on the membrane layer, delete that, and then delete the finish. And then now we're basically the same thing as the basic generic wall. So here the thickness, we're gonna make it as 200. And then here for materials, we're gonna change it to something white. So I usually add, for example, only gypsum wallboard or clad white. For some people, they don't have clad white. So what you can do is you can select gypsum wallboard and then duplicate it. Here you can duplicate selected materials and just name it clad white. What we're looking for this is something that we can differentiate different materials, because once we're in Twinmotion, we're gonna set the materials, final materials there. Here in Revit, we don't need to. We just need to set it to its different materials. So I'm just gonna click apply, OK, and then we have the clad white there. Why am I using clad white or something white? Because that's something that is good when you're looking at, like, it's something that it's easy to look at in the eye. So that's why I want something white. And then eventually once we're working on it, you can select different materials like metal or wood, so it depends on you, but that's my preference. So here we can click OK, and then let's start here first. So as you can see, we have options right here, and then we have the same option right here. For the top constraint, we're in level 1 right now. We want it to be up to level 2. So here we're going to select this one to up to level 2. And once I change this, this will be changed as well. So it will provide the 3000 millimeters that we set our levels. So now this is level 2. We're just going to leave it as wall center line, and chain is checked. So once we set that, let's click on A1 grid line up to A4, and then let's go down all the way to H4, and then here up to H2, go back here to G2, and then G1, and then all the way back to A1. So very simple. We just have the perimeter like that. And then now, after that, we can press escape and then escape again. So we finish adding the exterior wall. So now, next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna click on wall again, and here we're going to use exterior wall number 1 to create interior wall number 1. So click on edit type, duplicate, and here we just need to change this to interior wall number 1. Press OK, and then OK again. Now we have interior and exterior walls that are basic and doesn't have any other layers on it. So first off, zoom in here, and then let's add a wall just here in number 3. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on F4 up to F3, and then going up right here, but just don't connect it to this wall. So we're going to figure out what the extension here later on. After that, we're going to add another wall, the same wall, right here under C1 to C2. So that's done already. This will be our kitchen area. And then here we're going to add roughly around 2000. So I'm gonna click on this wall, and then we could just change it or get it to here. So that's 2000, so exactly right there. Trim and extend, and then select it there. And here, because this will be an exterior wall, this will need to be exterior wall. It shouldn't be interior wall. So that's something that we're gonna change, but at the same time we're going to add another wall right here, and then we could pull this back like so. So I'm going to pull this back to give some gap, unjoin the element, and then CS, add this wall right here connecting both of this. We could select this by clicking on tab and then select. Once you do that, you'll be able to change it instantly by using exterior wall. So now this is all exterior wall as well, and we have a gap. This is still interior wall, so we still we have that. And then here we're going to select this. We're just gonna change this a bit. So instead of 1245, I want to change this to 2655. So now this is more inclined there. So just select this and then select this temporary dimension, and it will move it backwards like that, or move it upwards like that. So that's something that you need to change. And then after that, we need to add interior walls right about here. So here, select that, CS. So CS is create similar, that's under modify, and this is the icon for that, create similar. It's already grayed out because we already selected that. So now, in terms of CS, whatever you choose, for example, if you want interior walls, furniture, or wherever, it will basically you will be able to add the same one instantly. So for example, if you want to add grid line, CS that, so you could add grid line again. So here, for this example, I'm going to select interior wall, CS that, and then here I'm just going to connect this one right there and then right there. So now everything is connected like that. So that's something that is very useful, and then you'll be able to add things that you already added before. So that's something that is very useful, especially to make your life easy, and then to make your life or you can be faster by doing that. So now here I'm going to add this, and then in terms of this height, around 2000. Maybe we could just do this as 1500. That's too much. So 1500, so that we have enough room here. So 1500 for that, and then this will be where we're gonna put the stairs. And then in terms of wall, again, we're going to add an interior wall right here. This will be around 2500. So we have 2500 for that, and then we could basically extend this one later on if you wanted to, but that's something that we want to add now, so that later on we could just pull it back, and then here we could just put this one as 1500, like so. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to insert, load family, and I think it's better if we add the door in order for us to visualize the layout of this floor plan. So here, click on door, click on residential, and then we have this different kinds of door. We're gonna use interior doors for now, and then later on we could change it to a more and nicer door. So here, usually I select all of them, or I load all of them. So I'm gonna select this one, go all the way down, and then hold on shift and select the last one. It will highlight everything, and then you'll be able to load everything to our door here. It's just saying that you selected a large number of loaded families. Do you really want it? Yes, you will. And then now once you click on door, everything is right here. So here I'm just going to select around 800 by 2000. So around that that high and the width. So I'm gonna add this one right here. In terms of the washroom, I'm going to add around 700 by 2000, and then I want it to be inside, going inside. This one is going to be will be our opening for our laundry, and then we're going to add another wall right here. This will be interior wall, and this will be pantry. So at least we have different layers of this, and then we'll be able to add pantry here, and then we have our laundry space right here. And then for the laundry, I wanted to have multiple openings so that you don't need to just come here. We could have it into our backyard or our courtyard or whatever you want to be this one to be called. So at least we have something like that. And then now we have our entrance right here. We have we're going to add a main entrance right here. So I want to check our door, and then we should check our exterior door. So for now, I just want to add that one. I'm just gonna choose maybe around 900 by 2000, and I believe that is good enough to be added. So here I'm just gonna click on door, DR, that's for short, and then let's just add it right about here. So we have our door entrance right here, and then what we can do is we could add in our garage door as well. So click on insert again, load family, and we have a couple of garage door right here. I've used it a lot before, so I'm gonna use this one to change it up. Most of the time I use the other one, CM or DR. So now let's just add it right about here. So we have a garage door, and let's look at it at 3D to see how it looks. So that's about it. That's how it looks. Garage door, and then we have our door right here. We might change it later on, but as of now, I just want everybody to visualize what we're doing here. That's why I'm adding some doors right away. The kitchen area will be right here where the pantry is, so that one will be added later on. And like I said, living room, living area, or family room, living area, dining area right here, powder room, garage, main entrance. So that's the plan. I'm planning to add the main entrance right here as well, so that we could add in a more beautiful entrance right here. So that's something that I'm still contemplating, but for now let's just add it right here. And before we finish, I wanted to add all the plumbing stuff. So here I'm gonna go to insert, load family, go back to the main, look for plumbing, architecture, fixture, and we have water closet, urinals, and then sink. Water closet, we're just gonna use the domestic 2D. We don't need to add in the 3D. And then here, so my rule is every time I load something, I want to load them and then add them instantly. The reason for that is so that we don't need to go here under architecture, click right here, and then place the component that we just added. And sometimes if we keep on adding everything, it will be lost right here. And sometimes you loaded so much right here that you won't be able, or it's not easy anymore to look for it. So right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, instead of clicking right here, you just type in CM. That's the keyboard shortcut, and then let's add it right about here. And then we need to add sink, so let's load on the sink, go back to the main right here, sink, and then we have some vanity sink. I'm gonna use the square and then CM, and then let's add it right about here. We're also going to add sink to our laundry area right here. So I'm just gonna add it right here in the middle, and at the same time I'm gonna load in the washer and dryer. So go back here, go to specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and then we have the washer and dryer combo. Click open and then CM, and then we have our washer and dryer right here. I don't want the label to be shown, so I could select that, edit type, and then uncheck show label like so. And then at least we have some rectangle right there, or square. And then after that, let's go to annotate. I'm gonna use detailed line to represent the top or the countertop or the work set, whatever you choose for the term. But here I'm just gonna use this in order for me to show that there's a top there. Also right here, I'm gonna use a thin line to show that we have a worktop right here. And then in terms of the pantry, we could add in, same thing, annotate, and then detailed line, and then I'm just gonna use thin line like that. And then after the thin line, I'm gonna use demolish so that we have a dashed line representing that there's multiple shelvings right there. So I'm just gonna push it out a little bit like so, and I'm happy with it. And then right about here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to extend this wall and then CS that wall. So now I'm adding a closet right here. I'm going to check this out. Around 700 will be good enough. And then here, we already added the dash line right here. So what I'm going to do is select that, CS, so that I could just add that instantly. I'm going to add 2 lines to represent the rod. And then let's go to insert, load family, and go back to doors. And then under doors, we have residential, and then we have interior double slided door. So click on open, and then I'm just gonna select all of them. And then here DR, type DR, and then let's add in the smallest one that we have. So that's perfect on that. So we have, once we enter, we have some storage here for our coats, and then we have the garage door right here, and then we could enter the main or the second main as well. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this SL house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the toilets, the sink, and then we edited some of the walls, and then we added interior walls. Now we're going to continue working on this. Let's go in insert and then load family. We're gonna load on more of the furnitures. So let's go to furniture, and then let's start off with seating. We have a couple of chairs here, but what I want to load is this chair Gorbo. Click on open and then type in CM to load it in. Also, if you notice, we have a chair here, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change this or edit the family. Also, if you don't have this kind of family in your Revit, just check my part 1 description and it will be there. Probably that's the first link, and you'll be able to download all of this, all the preset in Revit 2020. So now you can select this, edit type, and then you need to duplicate so that you don't lose any of the information for the first chair. So I'm just gonna put this one at chair number 2. It's up to you if you want to change the name. So here I'm just gonna press OK, and then now we could change the width of this. So I'm gonna change this to probably around 1500, and let's see how the spacing looks. So from what I'm assuming here, I want it to be at least this long. So I'm just checking on what this one will take. So this is around 2100, so around probably 2500. So here I'm just gonna edit this one again, 2500. In terms of depth and height, I'm just gonna leave that like that. So as you can see, we have 2500, and we could just move it using our arrow key from our keyboard. So let's just add it like that, and I'm happy with how it looks. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load in more of the furniture. So here we have the Gerbo sofa. So we have the chair, we have the sofa, and I just like the chair to be elongated like that. And then here, in terms of the sofa, I'm gonna add the sofa like so, and then I'm going to change it a little bit like that, just to represent that this is a sectional. So I'm just going to add it right about here. We could even add another sofa, so duplicate, and then let's make this wider, so 2000. So a couple of ways that you can do or edit your sofa like so. And then here we could just edit again. Maybe we could just change this to sofa number 2 as well, so that it has the same width but as a sectional. So I'm happy with that. And then let's add in a couple of chairs. Maybe this one will be good enough for the chair here. If we want it to be angled, just hover to one of the angled family that you have, because most of the time if you press spacebar, it will just do 90 degrees. But if you notice, I'm gonna put this one right above the door swing, and then it will conform to that angle. And then here it will go. Once you click it, it will be fixed on that. So now we could just add it like so, and then just use this so that we could have the same angle but on the other side. So it looks like it's not working out for this, so I'm just gonna do this one and then just add it. So here we could just delete this and then just move this one like so. and then here we could just copy this. You can click on multiple if you want to add more, but I'm just gonna add it like so. I want my family room to have an access to the backyard courtyard, so I'll probably have a sliding door right here, and then we have an entertainment area here, so we're gonna add in on those. So now I'm just gonna add in the coffee table, so I'm gonna go back and then go to tables, and then here we have a coffee table, and then type in CM, and then here once we add this one, there is like I believe 2 or 3 preset already that we have, and as you can see, it's easy to change or to edit a coffee table size. So here I just want to change how the depth is, so here I'm just gonna select edit type, duplicate. I'm just gonna leave it like that, and then here under width I'm just going to put this one 750. Press OK, and I like it. I'm gonna copy the same size, so select that CS, and then here I'm just going to add it like so, but I'm going to change the width or the length. Edit type, duplicate, and then here 1500, and then if you have a sectional, at least it's like that, the spacing. Just gonna add on the other side, and then this one looks nice. We could just space it a little bit more like so, and then now let's load in the entertainment system. So here go up, storage, and then we have entertainment center. Click open, and then CM, add it right in the wall. In order for us to see it better, and once we're here, we could just check on the width. So I'm gonna check the width from here, space bar, and then right there, and then we have 5530. So I need to remember that, and then let's add in a section in order for us to see it. I'm just adding the section, and then I'm just gonna flip this one so that this side is showing. So you can double click here if you want, or you need to look at under elevation. There will be a section will be created right here. If you notice, this one is looking backward, so here we could just press spacebar, and then now it will look fixed. In terms of height, I know this is 3000, but once you add a floor and the thickness of the floor is 200, the floor to ceiling will be 2800, so it's going to minus the height or the thickness of the floor. So here I'm gonna use that information, and this information 5530, and then 2800. So edit type, duplicate, and then here I'm going to change the width. So the width should be 5530, and then the height should be around 2800. In terms of center width, we could just put this one because we have this one's too big, so it's like around 2000 is more than enough. And then the depth, I'm going to change this to 500. Press OK, and then we could just align this AL right here at the edge. So now it fit comfortable, and then at the same time it's snug right here. Align it again at the wall, and like that. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna load in the TV. So the TV, just go back and then TV flat screen, click on open, CM, and then let's just put it in the middle like so. Once it's in the middle, you can go back to your section. So just double click, and then we could just move it manually upwards or use align again so that it's above here. It's perfectly above here. And then here we can change this to a bigger size if we want to. If it's not big enough, you can edit the duplicate it again. And then now diagonally we can put this one at 1800 because we have 2000 on the size of this center. So around 1800, that looks good. It looks fit and it looks nice. And of course we make sure that everything is thought off. So delete that, and then we can delete this one as well. We don't need it now, maybe later, but in a different angle. And then now let's go here. Let's load in family for the dining area. So let's go load, and then this will be, let's add in the table first before anything else. And I would like a rectangular table. Let me see if we can see the glass one. So this one is perfect. And then CM, let's add it right here. And the only thing that I need to change is the depth. So edit, duplicate, and then the depth or width is 762. I'm probably going to put it at 850 and then press OK. In terms of length, I kind of like the length and it fits. And then let's load in. So go back to insert, load family, and let's add in the chair or the seating. And mostly I added this chair. So M chair Briar. Click on open, type in CM. What I usually do is just add this one right here. I'm going to increase the dining depth more. I think we could do 1000. Or even 1300. There we go. That looks much better. And then CS, add the same one. I usually add it in one side first, and then I just mirror it so that everything looks proper. So for example, I'm gonna select that. We'll go to modify. We could use draw axis if we want to. Oops. Select again. Select draw axis, and then make sure you put it on a horizontal. And this one, select all of them while holding on control button. And you can also use mirror pix axis because there's an axis right here, and then you can just select that. And as you can see, everything is mirrored and everything looks proper. And then let's load in a sliding door. Make sure to go to part 1 description, and then it will be the second link, and you can just download all of them. I have all of this ones, and the one that we're we need is the sliding door. So I'm just going to download this, and for you guys, just download it as well. Once you download it, open it in the folder, and then once you open it, you can select that and then drop it right here. It will be upgraded because it was done, or it was saved in 2018, but once upgrade is done, you'll be able to add those. So for now, I'm just going to add it in this bigger or wider wall, and actually I like it here as well. So I'm gonna add it there, and then we're going to create another one, but a smaller on this side. So I'm gonna select this, I'm going to clean this off, I'm gonna make this open. There's no inset, or so make that 0 so that there's no gap, and then click on edit, and then here make the 0 gap on all of them, and then click apply, and then OK. So this one is good. What we need to do is create another one. So edit type, duplicate, but we need to know what's the width that we want here. So here I'm just going to roughly sense it, so around 3000 only. So select this, edit, duplicate, this will be sliding door number 2, and then the width should be selected here, and then 3000. And then don't worry, this will be put back again. So CS first, add it right here, and then select this and put it back on the sliding door number 1. And then once that's done, it's already added there. So now we have access to our backyard slash courtyard. So we have it right here and then right here. So that looks nice. If we extend this one in the future or later, what I like to do is to add a pool area right here. So only if we add those ones. So for now, just leave it like this. It could be grass or whatever you want to add. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in more furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm gonna do first is let's add in our stairs. So let's go to architecture and then click on stairs. And then once we do, we're just gonna simply do a U-shaped stairs. So here it will be going up and then going down. So first off, 1000 actual width, that's like the default, so that's fine. And then here I want it to be even, so let's add this one at probably 8 each, so around 16. Click apply and then press OK. I'm going to add it right here, so 8 each, and then after that go to the other side and then add the rest. And then as you can see, we can now click on finish, and then what we could do is we could just move this one on this side. So now we could just use our arrow key to move all the stairs to the right corner and direction. So now our stairs is right here, and then what we could do is we could add in our floor. So obviously we will have a different floor for this area, and then also right here. But as you remember, in our south elevation we have a ground floor. So right here, once we go back to level 1, we will need to add a floor for the grass into our ground floor. Not on level 1, but the floor right here should be on level 1. Anything inside the door right here, this should be added to the ground floor, and then this one as well. So here it looks like that. It's because we're going to extend this floors or this walls later on. So for now, let's go back to level 1. Make sure you're in level 1, and then let's click on floor, and then here we have a generic floor, so we could just click on edit, duplicate floor number 1, make sure it's all cap, and then edit, and then here we could change the thickness, and then here, and then let's add different materials. So for the level 1 floor, I'm going to add stone. So here let's add in a stone. I'm going to use field stone for now. Click apply, OK, and then OK. We want to make sure that we're going to highlight all the things that are inside. So here what I usually do is click on rectangle, and let's do it from inside the wall. So you want to make sure that you're inside the wall, and then I'm going to add it like that, and then add another floor right about here. Don't worry about the error. And then this one, what we could do is we could just add it right about here as well. So delete here, and then trim this one, and then we're good with that section. And then the same thing goes here, trim this, and then delete this. And then here we just need to extend this, so let's add right here, and then this one should be a different floor. So click finish, and as you can see we have the floor right there. This is combination of that. This should be on ground floor level, so just want to make sure that you're adding it there. And then now let's go to ground floor. It's because we want to add the floor for that. So here I'm going to click on floor, edit type, duplicate, and for this one let's add in the grass. So let's make sure to just type it, and then here just pull it up, select it, apply, and then OK. And then right here we just need to add the grass portion of this. Click finish, And then here we need to add in our concrete floor. So let's add in a floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3, and then let's look for a concrete floor, and I'm going to use this one. Click OK, and then OK, and then let's use rectangle so that it's faster. And then after that, rectangle again right here. And then we just need to trim this and delete that. Click on finish, and if we want to see it, it looks like that. Now in your 3D, you can see without selecting anything, just hover to this wall, the exterior wall. You can click on tab and it will highlight only the exterior part. That's good because we're just going to pull that down. So here I'm going to select that, and then let's change the base constraint up to ground floor. So now everything is covered like that. And then like I said, this part we need to change this to up to ground floor as well. That's because we have an elevation change once we're here. So that's good. Let's go back right here, and then now in your level 1 we need to change some of the floors right here. So instead I'm going to change it from this part. So I'm going to edit boundary, and then instead I'm just going to trim it from here. That's because we will add a different floor for our kitchen right here. And then here we could just delete this one, and then remember this is level or floor number 1. What we could do is we could just CS that and then just add it right here. So once it's added, we could just add it from the inside of the wall and going like that. This one we might need to extend this one right here, and then now we can just CS this, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 4, and then here we could just put in a different material. I'm probably gonna use a different stone material for this, or a tile material. So maybe tile is good enough. So ceramic tile, replace, and then we could just use ceramic tile like so. Click OK, and then we could just add it, same thing. And like I said, we might extend it up to here because it will create some sort of gap. So let's see if there's a gap. I want to see it realistic, so that's fine actually. There's a bit of separation, and then I was thinking that there will be a gap here, which is none from what I'm seeing, so that's good. And then here as well, so that's looking good. So now I want to focus on adding on the curtain wall, basically the window. I want to focus or add a window around this stairs, so I want to change the stairs like so. So here what I'm planning to do is just edit, so edit the path, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 1 and just delete around here. So I'm gonna click on tab and then just deselect here by holding on shift and selecting this, so everything is still highlighted, and then delete, and then click on finish. If we see it in 3D, this is the look of what we have right there. So that's fine, because what I'm planning to do is I'm planning to make this modern look. So here I'm going to select that, edit, duplicate, and this, we're gonna duplicate this trend, and then we're going to remove the stringers, or maybe we could just use the support type stringers to make it as a glass. So that's something that we could do. And then we need to add a middle support. So click on apply. So now, as you can see, we have a support in the middle. Edit, and then we could just go to the right support. So click here, and then change the materials to glass. So let's change this to glass by typing in glass, and then you could have some glass materials right here. I'm gonna use this one. Click apply, and then OK, and then we're going to basically copy that on the other side to the left side. Click apply, OK, and see, as you can see, we have a glass right there. And the good thing about that is we can actually remove our railing. So actually we don't need this railing, because we can modernize this one. So edit, and then we could make the changes right here again. So total depth, total width. So this one we could put it at 25 or make it 30. In terms of total depth, we could have this one as around 900. And let's see how it changed. And as you can see, it conforms to the building like that. And then at the same time, we need to go to right here, and then let's edit the stairs. I want to change the depth right here so that it's not actually going through the wall. So let's leave some gap. I'm just changing it up, maybe around 900, like that. And then here as well, maybe 900. And then let's move this one onto this side. Click on finish, and then let's look at it in 3D. So actually that looks much better. And then at the back, we don't need to worry about that. We could just show that. Actually, we could pull that up. So we could edit the stairs and move this one back like this, because we're planning to add all glass at the back. So that will look nice, like so. And then in terms of support, let's select that, edit. We don't have, let's click here, and then here we could change the material. So we don't want any riser. And then slanted, no, not slanted. If we check now, it will look like that. So it looks much better. And then we should change the materials instantly so that we know that we changed it. So most of the time I want wood, so I'm gonna use one of this Douglas fir just to change that. And then in terms of support, middle support, we have this. We need to change this material. Let's add in metal material, and let's just pull one of this aluminum right there. In terms of here, I'm going to change this one as well. And then here, run, let's put this one around 180. Click apply and then OK. And as you can see, this one looks much better. And then once we change this to glass, it will look nicer. If you want to change the thickness of your threads, you need to go here, and then you can change the thickness right here. And then you can change the nosing if you want to. So those are the things that you can change in order to make this one beautiful. And then here, support type, we can make the thickness of the landing as well. So here we could change this to, maybe we could change this to 600 and then click apply. I was thinking of the landing right here, but it looks like it's not the one. But still, it looks like looks fine. And then what I'm planning to do is, I'm planning to add glass around here. So let's go to wall. So click on wall, drop down, click on curtain wall, and then here, let's add curtain wall inside. So if you notice, if you press space bar, it's going inside and outside. I want it to be inside, and then here, just add it for now. And you want to put it on the inside. After that's inside, go to modify, cut geometry, and then cut it. So click on the wall first, and then after that, and then let's go to 3D to make it much better in terms of look. I'm gonna pull it down like so. And then in terms right here, let's pull it up. AL, let's use AL so that this one, let's pull this one down. AL again. There we go. And I want it to be cornered, so I don't want any excess. There we go. And then we could just move this one. We can move this one all the way to the end. And then if we see it, this one, I flip it. I'm just gonna push this one right there. I just want a clean look, and then we could just add something right there as well. And then also, let's go back here to level 1, and I want to add the same curtain wall, so CS on that, and let's add it right about here on this side. I'm planning to add it right here as well, so either way we're going to add that. Let's add it right here. So cut geometry, select the wall first, and then the curtain wall. So here I just want it a little bit up like that, because we just need some sunlight there, or natural light to come in. And in terms of the design, I want it to be horizontal, so I'm gonna click on architecture and then click on curtain grid, and then here we could just add the proper grid, so around 500 from the top, and then let's do the distance to be 500 as well. So select this and then click on 500 and then just do this once you're there, so that everything is aligned. AL, select it there, and then so you could just add it without aligning first, and then it will be like that. So now next thing is clicking on mullion. So here in mullion, what we can do is we could use 50 by 65 first. Click on all grid line, so I'm gonna click on all the grid line right here, and then I'm just gonna delete the ones right here at the end. And then here, same thing, just click on all of them, and then you just need to delete the ones right here, so that it looks like there we go. There we go. And then we could just extend this a bit if we want to. So it's just reacting. So what I could do is, let's use this curtain wall instead, and then just pull it back. Don't worry about the other one. And because of this, we just need to pull it back like that, and it looks like this. I know it's not perfect, but we could just deal with that. And I like the way that it looks. I'm planning to, of course, make it all the way at the top. I think it's much better to showcase this, but at the same time I'm probably going to move this one a little bit right here and this one, so that we could frame this with a different look. So just like here, I'm planning to just move this one a little bit like so. This one we could just, yeah, we're gonna move this one, and we're gonna frame it at the top right there, and it will look nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this SL house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were concentrating on adding all the furnitures, and then here we added this one, like we changed basically the stairs, and then we added this curtain grids, curtain walls to form it as a window. And now we're gonna continue working on, or we're gonna start working on our kitchen. So here the layout will be simple. Basically we will have a linear kitchen. What I'm planning to do here in the middle is to have basically those double-sided heaters, and then after that we will have the island right here. So now we're gonna start off by going to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then look for generic model. And then we're going to add the base first. So we're going to click on extrusion, and it's basically set in the level 1. So we don't need to set it up, it's already set up there. And then here we just need to click on rectangle and then select and then add this one right here. I'm planning to put around 600, and then the fridge will be here, and then I'm planning to put the oven right here on this side. But for now I'm just gonna leave it like that, or maybe we could just move this one a bit there, so everything is spaced out. And because it's a model in place, it's easy to change. So here I'm gonna click on finish, and then we could change this to up to 900, and then here select this one, change the material. Most of the time I put wood for my base. I'm gonna use this one, so pull it up and then press apply and then OK, and then we can click finish. Let's look at it at 3D just to double check what we did. So looks good. Click on level 1 again. I think it's better if we just load all of the equipments right here, kitchen equipment. So let's go to insert, load family, and then here specialty equipment, domestic, and then mid-range. And then we have fridge here. Let's look at high-end, and then we could probably add a bigger or a nicer refrigerator. I'm gonna use this one with a glass door, so that looks nicer. So CM, so let's add it right about here, so that looks perfect right there. And then here, so we could just move this one a little bit there, and then here we could just pull it up like that. And then here, edit in place, we're going to edit this one, edit extrusion, I just want it to be around 550. I just want to conform with this because I'm planning to add basically a case for the fridge, and then I don't want the label anymore, so I'm just gonna click that, edit, and then uncheck show label. And then again, I want the other to be added on the other side, so load family, and then let's add in, we have the combo here. I want my oven to be here, so click on open, and then CM, and then add it right about here, and then click it again because I don't want to show the label. Click apply, okay, and then here again we're going to add a case for that, so I'm just gonna add it like so, and then later on we're going to fix those. So now we have the base here, click it again, edit in place, and then here click on extrusion. Once we have the extrusion right there, we could basically set again, but we're going to pick it. We're going to pick it at the top of this extrusion. So now after that, you change this to 25, and then here materials, one of the materials for stone, so click on stone and then put granite cut polish, apply, okay, and then let's just add this one at the top. We're probably going to extend it a little bit later on, but that will be later because we're going to add in our cabinet doors. So here I'm just going to click on finish, and if we see it in 3D, it will be at the top of that. So now after this, let's go and insert, so click on finish, let's insert our cooktop. So again, we're still here, so let's go to one of this cooktop here. I want to try adding this one, so click on that, CM, and the cooktop is just perfect for this one. And then again, I'm gonna select that, edit, uncheck show label. Let's move this one like so. And then I want to see it in 3D again. It looks like it's flush there. So in order for us to see it much better, we need to select our section, and then let's face it like that. Double click it, and then here, as you can see, it's just perfect on the top right there. So we don't need to do anything else. I'm gonna double check if we change it to fine, what will it look like? And then here, because this is a glass, we could maybe darken the glass instead. So that looks good now. And then after that, let's add in the casing for all of this. So go back to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then click on generic model again, and then click on OK, and this one click on extrusion, and then we're gonna pick the wall at the back. let's set this one up again. So once that's set, click on extrusion, and then we could just leave it at 25. We could just extend it later on if we want to, but the most important is to change the material. So here I usually add stone, so I'm just gonna use the stone, any stone right there, because I'm going to finalize that later on in Twinmotion. So here I'm using the rectangle, and then I'm just going to add the rectangle right there, and then right about here. And then after that, delete this at the bottom, and then SL, that's split element, which is this icon. We need to do that so that we'll be able to create that, or else it's overlapping and Revit doesn't like that. So here, like I said in an earlier video, that 200 is the thickness of the floor, so we need to minus 200 only. So that's basically the ceiling level now, because the floor will sit right about there. And then after that, click on finish, look at it at 3D, or we can even look at it at level 1. Select that so that we could extrude it much better. And then let's look at it again. So it looks like a casing, which what we need. And then here, go back to your section, and then we could create another extrusion, and then let's pick this one. Let's pick it again. Make sure to highlight the wall only, not the top of the wall. Okay, that's why there's the pop-up that is asking you need to view it on this one, because of that you chose the top of the portion there. And then now let's change this to stone, and then any stone right here that we haven't used yet. Apply, okay, and then now we need to click on rectangle, same idea. But here, what I want to do is I'm planning to push this one all the way to the top, or not the top, but I don't want it on the floor. So I'm just gonna click on finish first, finish again, and then pull this one up again, and then kind of center it in the middle. We can align it so that they have kind of same height. And then after that, you could edit again, edit extrusion, and then here we could just click on rectangle, and we could just add a rectangle right here. And then let's go to level 1 so that we can see the extrusion part. And then there we could just align it right there, and then click on finish. And as you can see, that looks nice. You'll be able to see what's inside, because it's not basically just overlap by the block here. We basically create an opening so that anything that is inside can be seen, and it is more realistic. So let's go back to section. I want to add, or let's go back to level 1. Let's add in the hood. So let's go to insert, load family. We have range hood there that are for the wall only. So I like to add that. CM, and then here the vent, make sure to to press the space bar away from any circle, or else it will conform to the circle. So now I'm just gonna select that, and then of course we need to remove the label so that it doesn't confuse us or it's not in the way. And then we could just select that, and then because of the section we'll be able to move it upwards. We can estimate the height that we want to, and then most of the time, so here it will sit under the floor, but most of the time this one, what we have is it will be inside the cabinet, so only in this part is the one that is being seen. So now I want to finish this one with the cabinet door. For this one I'm just going to go another one. So here I'm going to select this one, edit in place, and then I'm going to click on extrusion, pick a plane. I'm going to choose the front of this plane, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this and then make sure extrusion is just 25. And then here, if we have plastic or anything that is shiny, we have plastic and laminate ivory. I'm gonna choose plastic, and then here I'm going to have offset of 10 going inside. Click on finish first, and then after that we could edit that again, and then after this we could just divide them. So this is actually the midpoint. I'm probably going to swing or to move this along with the, so that everything is in the middle. And then from here, because we have an extrusion of 25, maybe we could put this one at 35, a bit bigger, and then here offset of 5. Just want to get the midpoint to be 10, SL, and then TR. SL and then TR. Click finish and finish again. We're not that done yet, but what I wanted to do is to see how thick it is. I think it's too much, so I'm just gonna edit that and put it in the same 25 so that it's not overpowering. Click on finish, and then here what we could do is we could select this one, and as you can see we could just move this one, or what we could do is AL, align it from this face so that moves a bit. Now it looks nicer and flush. And then what we could do now, because we did that, I'm planning to have those without the handles. So let me go to section again, select that, edit, select this one, and edit extrusion again. I'm going to divide this one again, add it in the middle, I'm gonna copy this and then assume this one is the middle, and then look for the middle right here. looking for the midpoint, and then copy it again. It should be multiple, and then middle right here. The two will be hinge door, and then here would be some openings. So I'm going to have this one in the middle, like so. Offset that again to 5, so everything is properly and then SL again, split element onto this side, and then 3R, trim and extend. Select this, copy it from the midpoint, and then here we have a BBF, that's what they call it. Okay, and then now SL, and then TR. And then click on, and then we need to slice this one as well, because these are openings that we don't need, and we want to make sure that then TR again. Not sure if I was able to do that properly. We'll see. It will give us an error anyway if something is not good and overlapping. So here I'm going to click finish, so that looks good. And then now we're going to create an incline there, a void there, so that it looks nice. So without, click on finish, select that again, and then create a void extrusion. We can do a sweep, but extrusion is much better. And then set, pick a plane. We could set it right here. Click on finish. We need to draw it. Let's see if this one will work. I want it to be -10. And then here 10 as well. Let's see if it will work. And then I want it to be not too much. Yeah, I want it to be all the way actually. Let's look at it. I want to see in 3D. And then let's use cut geometry. So you wanted -8, So negative 10 plus 2, 10. There we go. And then click. So that's the handle that I want to have. It looks like that. We can extend this if we want to, in order for all the top. So that looks nice, and we just need to go back to our section and then just copy that as well. I want to see how it looks like if it's only those handles, but that's for later on. I'm just gonna copy this, copy it from the top right here, so everything has the same height. And this one looks modern. Copy that again, just to add right here. And everything looks proper. Click on finish, and let's finish this up, or let's continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this SL house. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So let's go back to section. And the one thing that I want to do is to center this one. So I'm gonna move this using here, move command or MV short, and then here just roughly in the middle. So next thing that we're gonna do is we're going to add the top cabinets. So let's go to level 1, or actually we could do is we could use the section, because we can actually extrude it from the top here. So now what we can do is go to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then generic model, press OK, and then OK again. Click extrusion, pick a plane, make sure to select the wall, not just the end of the wall. So if you select just the end of the wall, this will happen. It will ask you to go to that view. So press escape on that. You need to select set again, pick a plane, and this one is the way that you can see that you're selecting the front of the wall. It's because it's highlighting all around here. So select that wall. It doesn't ask you to go to another view again. And then here you just need to click on extrusion. Make sure to change this. I'm planning to do the same one at what we did in the below here, 550. And then here we could change it to wood. So I'm just putting this one I'm just gonna use that for now. Click apply, OK, and then select here, there around the top. Actually, I'm going to add the boolean first. And then after that, create another one. But this one is a different material. Make sure to differentiate that. So another wood material, and pull it up like that. Click apply, OK, and then let's select this one, and then let's just add our cabinets. The reason that I wanted to have a separation there is because I want this one to look like it's still, you can still grab it from there. I'm probably going to pull this one down as more because it looks like it's too high. And then change that one as well. So around 500 I'm gonna put, and then click on finish, and then finish first, and then let's move everything accordingly. Select this one, grab it from there, and then what we could do is we could go to 3D, AL, align this one, align this face, click on tab, and then right there. And then here what we could do is select that, only move this one a bit, and then here pull this one backward actually, and then align right there. So at least we could still put, so this one, this extrusion right here would be actually smaller because I want to add something right here at the top, like spotlight or a strip light, so something for lighting, and it will look nicer. And then after that, let's go back here, click that one, edit in place, create, select extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then make sure to select this front faced. After that, click on here, offset to 10, click on the corner, and you want to make sure you're inside, so space bar, and then click on the corner again. After that, you want to make sure to select, to put it in the midpoint again, I know this is not midpoint for this one. What I'm planning to do is just copy at the ends, and then after that use align so that we could just align it all together like that. AL, so AL, use align to align it. And then lastly right here, align it there. So now everything is equal, and we just need to have this one going above. And then now SL on all of them. And then we need to trim and extend. Okay, so now for this extrusion we just need 25, and then we need to change this one to laminate, and then click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D to see how it looks. So that looks good. We're gonna add in the same finish that we have right there, but for this one we might have it differently, just to have. So what I'm gonna do is go to section, create, and then create a void extrusion. And then here we need to click on set, pick a plane, and then we're gonna pick this plane, and then we're gonna do the same thing 10 and then -10. Use this. I'm just using this one so that we have the same profile size. And then I'm just going to add it right there. In terms of here, what I'm planning to do differently is I just want it to be like that. So I'm estimating like that. I think that's good enough. Copy it in the middle, because everything is equal. And then click finish, cut geometry, and then finish. So in the top it looks different than the bottom. I'm not sure if I like it. I'm not sure if we should just do it same way as this one. It looks more modern. But at the same time, let's see. I just want to push this one now. Because this one looks good as well. So looks like I'm planning to just do it like that. So I'm just going to delete all of this and then just extend this one. AL, and then click finish. Yeah, this one looks much better actually. So I'm just gonna keep it like that. I'm gonna leave it like that, and then here what I want to check is the materials that I use here. Granite cut polish. I'm just gonna copy that and then click finish, and then let's go to our section because I want to add it here into our section. I'm planning to add it right here and on the side. To do that fast, I'm going to use model in place again, generic model, and I'm just going to click on extrusion, pick a plane, and of course the wall again, and then here I'm just going to add a 25. That's perfect, and then make sure this is the materials that I'm going to use. Select all of them, copy, and then add it right in the corner. You need to select all of them, so click on tab, copy, and that into the corner right there. And then here we need it to be 0, and then here 550 I believe is the depth. Click finish, and then we could just extend it a little bit so that it's in the same one, so it looks nice like that. Not sure if we should just extend it all the way to the top. So that it looks much better. Yeah, I'm just gonna extend it all the way to the top. Like that. And then let's edit a little bit on the side like that. There we go. Click on finish. Go back to section. Edit this one, edit in place, and we just want to edit our case. Because we added somewhere here. Edit extrusion, AL, so that's good. Here we need to edit as well, AL, and then here we need -10, so 623.2 here as well, 623.2, so -10 on those, and then we have our extrusion right there. So that's good. And then go back to section again, and we're going to add in our backsplash. So let's go and add, we can actually use this one, extrusion, click on set, pick a plane, and then let's select the wall right here. And then here select the wall and add a rectangle. Make sure it's just 25 thickness, and then you change the material. So for the here for this one, I'm gonna put in tile, So I'm probably gonna use this one just because it's a tile material. And let's go and click on finish, and then finish, and let's look at it. So that looks good. One thing that we forgot to do is we forgot to create a kick plate. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one, and then I'm going to pull this one up. So I'm gonna just going to manually pull all of this up like so, and then we could just change that up later on because we need to create a kick plate here. So edit in place. After that, create void sweep. We're gonna pick a path, which is we have a path right here, and then click finish. And then after that, we need to edit profile, and then here we just need to use a rectangle to create a profile. It needs to be going inside. So this one should be around 50, and the height should be around 100 is good enough. And then now click on finish. Look at it again. Finish, and then cut geometry. It's not noticeable if you're that in there, but as you can see, that looks cut now. And then now what we need to do is just go to section again, and then just drop it right there. We can even add a gap if we want to, but it doesn't matter anymore. We could select the face there to this face, and then after that we could just add that face or copy that face, align it to the others. So now that looks much better. Having a kick plate, it looks much real because of that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this SL house. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish this, but now we're going to continue working on the island. So now, let's go back to level 1 and zoom in here. And now let's add in the island right here in the middle. So let's go back to architecture, click on component drop down, and then model in place. Click on generic model, and then press OK. It's up to you if you want to name this, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then now, let's click on extrusion, and it's already said probably in the level 1, but we could check, set, and then it's level 1 automatically because you're in level 1 floor plan. So that's okay. And then now we click on rectangle, and we need to put something that looks like this. I know it's big, but we have enough room for people to go around here. So I just want to double check our spacing. So here around 1000 is good. And then this, for this one, I want 1000 as well. And then the rest is for this one, so that people can go here. And also at the same time, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add tables right here, or sorry, chairs. So it will be a bar top. So now let's do an extrusion up to 900, and let's make sure that we change this. I'm planning to put a base material first, so that will be, I'll make it wood, and then I'll just choose a random wood right here, and then I'll set it up later on. And for this one, I want it to be falling river or something like that, so I'll probably add a countertop going down. So but at the same time, it's here on the side, other side, it's gonna be joined in the wall. So I'm giving some space here for the countertop. So here, so it's around probably, let's make it 3500, and then let's click finish, and then finish again, just to see it first. And then we could just edit this one again. So now from here, let's go here, let's close that off, and I want to slide this section right about here, because we could add our countertop, or sorry, our granite top, or whatever stone material that we're gonna add on the section. So in the section view, select the section view, and then make sure to click this again to edit in place. Once we edit in place, create, select extrusion, and then we're going to pick a plane. We're gonna choose this plane to make sure that everything is highlighted only around here, not like on top of this one or on the side, because that's the issue. If I click this, it will ask me to view it on a different view, so go to view. So that shouldn't be. If I'm gonna set this, I want it to be set on this part. So now I'm going to set this one, pick a plane, and then select it on this face, and then as you can see, everything is highlighted. That's what that's the indication that I'm sure that everything is correct. Click on extrusion, select this one, rectangle, and then let's just add something like that for now, and then we're gonna edit the sizing. So now here we could just put, for the size, should be around 25, and then here 25 as well. And then now we're gonna connect them, tr, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here, and then the remaining just delete the small ones. After that, make sure to change the material, and this material should be stone again, so a granite stone or whatever stone we can choose. We could use this one for now, and then there's more variation in Twinmotion. Here I'm just going to put it at 50 because we're going to pull it back. So apply, click finish, go to 3D, and as you can see, we should pull it back. We can make it flush like that, or get extended a little bit. So here I'm gonna extend it a little bit, just because I'm planning to add something right here on the side. And then here, just click finish. And then as you can see, we have some stuff here. I'm planning to add in some dishwashing here, dishwashing machine, and some cabinets right here, or to indicate there's a cabinet right here. So that's something that we could do later on. I'm planning to add in the sink, so we could do that right now. So go to level 1 and then go to insert, load family, and then let's go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have sinks right here. We could just add sink. Let's do this one, or the double. I'll do the double, so click on open, CM, and let's add it at the top. So usually you need to be around the area, triangle, with the kitchen if you're designing it, but this is good. It's near near the cooktop, and then they could just use this, and then the fridge is right there, so everything is in the distance. So here I'm just gonna estimate it like that, and then I want to see it, so we need to go to section again. So here it's right there actually, but we need to add in some cuts. So here, as you can see, section again, let's go. This one is just above, so I usually give some space there and then use a line tool. That's how I do it, and I think that's the easiest way. And then now we need to cut geometry around that area. So let's go to level 1 again. We want to make sure to select this generic, edit this in place, and then now what we need to do is we need to create void extrusion, and then now select rectangle, and then we need to give some gap here so that we could show the sink. And then here, click on finish, go right here, and then hopefully we'll be able to select the I'm gonna undo that right here, it's below there. I'm probably going to put 950 so that it's going up and it's visible. As you can see, it's visible like that. And then we need also cut, so let's select this and then cut it. Automatically cuts the one below as well, so it's not just the top, so that's good. And then now it's everything is visible right there. What we could do is go to our section, and hopefully we can select only the I want to just select the void extrusion and then pull it up, so at least it's not looking like the floor, but it's just the cabinet below. So that one is done. Let's go to level 1, and then let's insert the chair or the representation of chairs here. So let's go back to the main, furniture, seating, and let's add in our chair right here, the stacking chair, CM, and let's add it like so. We want to make sure that everything is aligned like that, and then now we could just move this one to have it like that. So it's up to you to size them up and to space them up. So that's looking good. we have some leg room. I know this is not the bar height type. If you have a bar height type, that's the proper size for this. This is just the regular chair, but I want it to be representing the bar height top chair. So probably next time we need to have that block. But for now, let's use this to represent that. And as you can see, it looks good. And then you'll be able to sit 5 people, enough room to go around here to the pantry. And then here into pantry, we could add another door so that they could access here as well. They don't need to go outside. So I just want that access, enough access, and then access at the outside as well. So now what we could do is we could put this section and then flip it on the other side. So you can see this arrow flip section. There's an arrow going at each end, so that's the one that you can flip. And then let's add in some equipments right here. So go back to the main. Let's go to specialty equipment. So go back here, specialty equipment, and then domestic, and then mid-range, and then let's look for dishwasher. So we have a dishwasher right here. Click on open, CM, and then let's add it. I think it's proper to add it right here so that we can have enough space around. And then let's not, I don't want the, so I'm gonna undo that. I don't want the label, so I'm just going to put this one right here for now, and then edit, and then just move this one again. I just want to double check the spacing that we have here, so I could just move it a little bit more. Not sure if this is the proper space for this, but we could just put it right here so that it's easy to load. I think that's good enough. And then I hope this is still seen right here. So yeah, we have enough room. And then what we could do is we could add the same cabinetry right here so that everything is good. Let's go to section. So the same section, you could just double click here. I have it open, so that's good enough. And then now what we're gonna do is we're gonna have 2 hinge door right here below, so that for plumbing and everything, just to represent that. And then we could have some cabinets and drawers as here as well. So that's more than enough space. So let's go to architecture, click down model in place, and then here generic model. And then now let's go to extrusion, pick a plane. Obviously we're gonna select this plane, make sure everything is highlighted, and then not just one side or above or below. So make sure that everything is highlighted. That's the indication that this is the face for the front, or the front where you place your section is. So now make sure that this is 25, or else it's too much extrusion, but you can always pull it back. That's how easy it is to use model in place. And then now let's put in a material, something flashy, just like what we do is a plastic, but let's just use one of this epoxy resin, and then here use this rectangle, offset this to 10 millimeters, and then you want to make sure to select the corners, and then pull it from the inside by pressing spacebar, and then here as well. So now everything has a gap, so that looks much better. what we could do now is to divide them properly. I'm just going to add right here. Something like that for the drawers right here. And then we could just divide this one by 3 if we want to. And you could just space it out if you want. We could use pick line 10, and then it doesn't matter if it's you want it to be, I just want it to be looking like that, spacing up properly, and you want to make sure that this one is going below. If not, that's fine as well, because we're going to trim and extend all of this to individual. I'm planning to add drawers right here, so I can offset this to 10 again, and then probably copy this, some spacing for more, copy this again, multiple, I think that's good enough, and then another drawer there. So now the task of slicing it or creating a split element. So here we just need to select the top first so that we do it in sequence so that we don't miss it. SL again, and then let's do below and then in the middle afterwards. I think this is the best way so that we don't miss anything. If we miss anything, Revit will let us know, and it will point out where. So that's a good way of not to be stressed about if we get all of this correctly. So now TR, trim and extend everything, make sure there's no overage, all the gaps are good. So most of the time this is the most tedious part, but it's fine because you're doing something that you will show a big impact once you finished here. So it's just not a blank slate anymore right here. There's actually some details that were created. And then lastly, this part. And then this one. So now click finish. We have 25, so that looks right about right there. And then we're probably going to do the same version of door right here, door opener. So let's go to section again. We haven't finished this one anyway, so we could just click on void and then void extrusion, pick a plane, and then let's select this plane, and then here we need to put 10 and then -10, just to make sure that the void will sitting on the top. And then right here we could just do the same one that we did. And we want to make sure that this is 10 again, and then we could select this and then create a copy, and then I just want to create a copy right here, but obviously not too big. So I'm just going to I'll erase this. So CS, or create a line right here, and then just trim and extend. And then you want to make sure that you delete that portion right there. And then now I could just copy this, and then we could just extend this part. So we're good with this. Let's click finish and then finish. So that looks nice. Everything looks similar, and the gaps. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the kitchen, and as you can see, we have the island there, and then we have the linear kitchen with cooktop and then fridge and the combination right here. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm planning to do is add those two-sided heaters. So basically heater in the middle, and then it will be for both sides, and then here as well, so that we could add more details into this. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to go to level 1, and in here we should pull this back. This is the wall. So in this wall, we could either use model in place. I think that's a lot faster. I'm just going to extend this a bit, and then here we're going to add it right about here. So now let's go to architecture, model in place, generic model, and then this will be number 7. It depends on you if you want to change it. Here we're going to start with 0, and this is set already into level 1. That's the default once you're in level 1. I'm going to change this elevate extrusion end. Right now I'm just gonna put 600, but we could change that later on, especially when we're pulling it up. So maybe we could just even put it at 400, and then after that, so this will be stone. After that, there will be glass, and then after that the stone again. So here I'm gonna set up the materials first. I'm gonna use and check one of the stone materials right here, and let's use slate for now, things that we haven't used yet, so that's perfect. And then I'm gonna use rectangle, and we want to make sure that we have enough space to enter there, but at the same time we have something right here. So that's good. Here we're going to pull this back as well, enough for the sofa, the sectional sofa, and then we're going to have it right about here, and then that will help heat up the two space right here, and then this one right here. So that will be very nice to incorporate that. And then now here we could move this one basically in the middle. So right there we change that in the middle, and then now we could just click on finish, and then let's look at it and how it looks. So now I think the height is good enough, 400, and then let's go back here and let's add another one. So here let's create an extrusion. We start off around probably 800, and then extrusion and it's around maybe 1000. So I'm just putting this one so that we could just add a glass one at the top, or in between later on. So here I could just pull this one up like so all the way to the top, and then here we could just have the glass right here. We might just add one more right here at the back here. So let's just click on create again, extrusion. Right here let's add one, and then here we could just put around 400, so at the top of 400, and then we could just move this one up, click finish, and then here we could just move this one to align at the top. So what I'm gonna do is AL and then align it from there. And then now what we could do is add some something right here at the top, and then the location where the flame will be, and then the glass. So for the glass, let's create the glass first. So create an extrusion, and then click on, we're gonna start there and then up to 1000 first, and then after that change this one to glass, and then I'm just going to use this one for glass, and then let's use rectangle like that. I'm just assuming where the ends here, and then another one with an offset of 10 but going inside, and then click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. As you can see, we just need to push this one back like that. Don't mind the 10 inches anymore, or 10 millimeters anymore. Maybe that's good enough, and then just align at the top, and then the top right here. So that looks really nice for the space. And then obviously we're going to add more information or design. So here extrusion and then this one should be around maybe 20, but starts at 400. So I'm gonna put it at the top right here, and then this will be some rocks. So let's look for a rock. So stone, something stone again, but I'm not sure which one we haven't used yet. So rubble, we haven't used the rubble yet. And then here we're going to just add it somewhere in the middle right here. I'm just probably gonna click on tab on that and then move it in the middle, and then make sure that it's in the middle of here. So I think that's actually in the middle. So just click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. I want it to be pushed up a little bit and then pull up. Okay. The only problem is it's hard to, so I'm just gonna hide this first. Let's see if I'm gonna be able to hide this. For now it shouldn't. It's hard to maybe we could just click finish, and then what we could do is we could add a section there. Hopefully it helps. Yeah, here, this one. Push this one down enough, and then the extrusion around something like that. And then if we want to, we could extend it a little bit more, like so. And then let's look at it at 3D. And then we just need to push this one back like that before the glass. And then that looks really nice. At the same time, we're going to edit what we did. I'm gonna edit the extrusion that we just did. Hopefully you will be able to select that. So that's not it. We need to edit this one, because I just want to add some void form here, but because of this one we couldn't hide it. So maybe I could hide it once we click. So it's basically one form. Edit in place. So we should have finished this inside first, before we finish the glass. Visibility, probably we could just click for now. So but let's undo that. It needs to be visible. So I just want to click finish, and I want to see if this is the same materials that we use, rubble. So this one is filled stone. So I'm happy with what we did here. Once we're in Twinmotion, we'll be able to add flames right here as well. So now what we could do is we could just you want to make sure that we add this one as well to the floor. This one should be all the way to ground floor, and then we could just add stairs right here. And then now we could add the same one right about this side. So go back here, pull this one out just about the sectional right here, and then we could just create a model in place again. And that one, I remember we put slate first. Okay, so here let's select that, and then here we could should be start with 0 and then up to 400. And then here should be slate. Do slate and then rubble for the one in the middle, or the inside middle. Let's put it something right here, and then move this one in the middle, so it's around 580. That's more than enough space to just go around here. So we want to make sure that it still looks like it's open. Similar to this, as you can see, this one we could even pull this one above or up more, so that it will feel like everything is open. So that's something that we could do as well. So we could do that later on once we please. So here, extrusion end is 400. Click finish. After that, starts at 800 and then close at 1000. Another slate. So let's create here for now. Go back to level 1 and then we do that again. Now this one should be 400 and then should be 1000, and that's another slate, and that's the top portion of this. Click finish, and then let's pull this one up all the way to the top. We can align this using the align tool. Make sure to align the one at the top and your top right here, and then let's put an opening like so, and then put a backing at the same one like that. So here another one, extrusion, but this one should start at 400, and then this one, yes, almost the same thing, but only right here. Click finish, look at it at 3D, and then extend it more. I could just align this one. There we go. And as you can see, we could just extend it. It's easy to change it. And then now let's use the let's add in the rubble. 400, and this one should be 425. This will be rubble, and then let's just add it right here. And then let's look at it, the 3D. And then the change that I'm gonna do this here is the void form. And this is what I'm planning to do earlier. So this one should be 395 to 430. And then let's see how it looks. It's just a void form in the middle. That's what should represent the where the opening of the flames is, and it's just a void extrusion. There we go. And then we could just edit, make it 410. There we go. So that small detail makes a big difference. And then now let's go back and then just create the, so let's start at 400, and then we could put this one maybe 1000, and then let's use the same glass. And then I think I use this one, replace, and then apply, OK, and then here rectangle, and then another one, offset to 10, and then add it there. Click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. And then we could just align it at the top again, and then at the top there. I just need to pull back this one. We could just click finish, pull back this one. I don't want it to be over the glass. So that looks good. Here we could just simply extend this just like that, and then at the same time we could extend this one. I'm gonna use align, and then align again. So there we go. That looks really nice. This one is a bit too far for that, so maybe we could just align the same height right here. There we go. So now everything is aligned perfectly. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this SL house. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create this, like the heater for the dining area and the kitchen, and then we added as well in the living room and the family room. Now we're gonna continue working on this by adding on the second floor. So we could go to level 2 now, zoom out, and let's start in by adding the exterior wall. Go to architecture, click on wall, and look for exterior wall number 1, and that's what we're gonna use for our layout here. So now you want to make sure that your base offset is 0 and your top offset is 0 as well. I'm not sure why it started to add those, but you just want to make sure that top offset and base offset is 0 from those levels. So now let's click on A1. So let's zoom in, A1 up to A3, going down right here up to, and then here click on C3, and around 1100 type in, go select that again, CS, select it here at C3, and then around 1100 press enter, going to the right side, and then going down again, and then from here, from this grid line, this is grid line D, you want to go down again around 700, and then you can then click here to this grid line, and then let's go down at around G, and then this is G4. And just to fix this, I went over here, so align it and then align it from the overlay. If your overlay is not turned on, you just need to go to your properties, and then under underlay I put level 1, and then top is level 2, and then looking down. So that's how you use that. And then now select that, CS again, and then here we're going to add we could add a balcony. So we're going to select here, and then we want to go over here up to G3, and then here I'm just gonna trim and extend here, and then CS again, and then going to go back here up to here, and then closing it off, same line similar to what we have on the base or the first floor. So we have our layout, and at the same time we could add this information as well. What I'm gonna do is I want to extend this walls right here, and then extend this wall right here. I could align this one right at the edge so that everything is like that. And then at the same time I can turn off the underlay now. So go under your properties and then click on none for the base, and then at least now you'll be able to see everything correctly. We could delete this section, we don't need it at the moment. I think we finished adding those stuff already, and then we could focus on adding our walls. So let's go add interior wall. Click on interior wall, CS, and then here we could just add an interior wall right here. At the same time we could extend here, but still using interior wall. Here let's add around right here. So I'll usually box it off, and then after that I put on the number so that it moves along. So here I'm just going to put 1365, and then we have our space for enter the room, and then we have something for the outside here. This will be the washroom for both rooms right here, and then now we'll be able to extend this. So select that wall, we can CS this, and then we could actually connect it from here, and then now we could use trim and extend so that we could trim this to extend it all the way there. So now we have our entrance for our second, and then now what we could do is we could add in another wall right here, and then all the way to this line. This is E2, and then close it off like that. And then we want to make sure that everything is parallel, and then trim and extend that. CS on this, let's close it off, and then add, and then here we just need around 1100. Let's make it 1200. So that's good enough. We have more than enough space. And then at the same time, what we could do is we could extend this wall now all the way there. And then here, select this, close it right there. So now we've set up all the necessary divisions of walls for our rooms, and then we could just work on this now. In order for you guys or for us to instantly envision what we're doing, what we could do is we could add in a door. So select the door. Here we have 700 by 2000, and then we could instantly add the door right here. Use your space bar in order to change orientation. So make sure to change orientation, and then put your cursor either inside or outside in order to move your to move this out. For all of our shower or bathroom, I'm going to change this to around 650, and then make sure to move this one like that in order to have more spacing right here. But let's use 700 for the openings. And then here we have another opening, and then 650 for the washroom, which is right here, and then another one right here. So that looks good. I'm happy with the location right there. And then our layout. So next thing we're gonna do is the location of the closet, and we're gonna create the closet basically. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on wall. Here we're gonna click on interior wall, and let's just duplicate this as it will be interior anyway. And then for the thickness, we're gonna set this to 100. Press OK, and then OK. CM, oh sorry, we don't need CM, we just need to select wall. And then here we're gonna put the wall right around here. Around 600 is good enough. And then for this space, I want to put the wall or the closet wall right here. And before we do that, we need to set this one to 600, and then AL, let's align it from there so that we could just connect it and do that. Connect that one right there, and that's good enough. And then here as well, we forgot to add an opening wall here, so or the door right here. So I'm just gonna add the door right about there. Select this one, CS, and then we could add right about here 600 as well. So that's good for the closet. And then lastly, we're gonna add one more right here. Select that, CS. Let's add it right here around 600 as well, and there we go. So similar to level 1, what we did here is we have the sliding door. You can CS that and then go to level 2 again. What we could do is we could add this one for now, and then here once we add this, we could just drop down and then change this one to depending on the size, but I'll make sure to choose the 2000 height. That's because that's the height that we want. We could do two of them if we want to. So we could do one here and one on the side. So it really depends on what your style is. So here we could just do one sliding door here and then another sliding door here. So let's do that on others. We might add one big one right here. So that's good enough. And then here we could add two again. Maybe two of the 1200. And then add this one. And then one big one again. And then after adding that doors, what we could do is we could add the annotation, detailed line, and then use demolish so that it's a dash line, and that will represent something like the rod. Add this one right here as well. And then right here. And then finally right here. And you could just move it near to each other again so that it looks nicer. Now if we check level 1, we already added the sink and the toilet. Let's add those one. So you can actually select that CS, go to level 2 again. So there's a couple of ways to doing that CS, control similar or create similar, and that one is the fastest way. And then right now what we could do is like that. But at the same time, if you notice, we could use the underlay. So if you check level 1 here, it will see level 1. You'll be able to select anything from level 1, and then if you CS that, create similar, you'll be able to put it to level 2 just like that. So anything you can pull it out here, you'll be able to pull it out right here. And as you can see, we'll be able to add this one fairly instantly because of that. One thing that I want to change is the size here. I believe it's too narrow, and I just want to make this one around 1500. So I'm just going to put this one at the 1500. I think that's much better to do, and in terms of spacing, that's fine as well. And it's just more comfortable to do, to add those. And then at the same time here, this is the masters. So I'm planning to add 2 of this. And then as you can see, more than enough space to have the shower. And then for now, because it's hard to see it, we can just turn off the underlay again. We already got the sink and the toilets above here, so there's nothing more that we could add here from below. Maybe some chairs later on. Here, let's click on the detailed line. I always like to add thin lines to represent the top, similar to what we did below or level 1. Let's add it right there. Okay, and then let's just move this one, and then another thing that we need to insert now is the shower. So let's go back to the main, and we want to make sure to go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have showers right here. It's just a 2D shower that is easy to edit. So here CM, let's add it right here in the corner, right? So as you can see, we have more than enough space. The only problem that we have is we need to check the sizing right here. This is 1300. Let's check the other sizes. This is 1580, and this is the same size anyway right here. So let's add this one. We could edit, we could duplicate this. This will be number 2, and then here we could just, it's either or, so 1300 here or the 1300 on the other side. So we just need, so that's perfect. I was able to figure out which one. So that one is good for that size. Select that, CS, and then let's change this this size right now. So edit type, duplicate, this will be number 3, and then 1580. Press OK, and then now it's changed right that, and we'll be able to just copy it. So just move the spacing, and we could just copy that on the corner and then add it right here on the side. And then in terms of spacing, we could just edit and then move this one a bit like that. So that's good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 10 of this SL house. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start doing the second floor or level 2. Now we're going to continue working on this. I want to add all the beds and then all the furnitures as well. So in order to do that, let's go to Insert, Load Family, and then we're going to go back to the main and then look for Furnitures. Double click that, and then let's add in the bed. I'm going to use bed box for now. Press open, and then CM. Make sure to save your files, CM, and change this to queen size bed. I'm going to add the queen size bed right about here is good enough. It's up to you if you want to add your bed on this side or even on this side. But for me, I'm planning to add it right here. And then I noticed something. I'm just going to move this one a little bit like that and make sure to fix it. Okay, and then now move this one on the right side because we're going to put in some side tables and some lamp. CS on this again, and then for here we're going to add our bed right about here. At the same time, we have this one as well. and let's add the same bed. And for lastly, on this one, we could add the bed right about here, and then we could have some space for vanity, or some space for seating. And then also here we have our balcony. I'm planning to add a balcony right here as well. So now, once we have that, let's load more furniture. Let's go to table, and then nightstand table. Click open, type in CM, and then let's add it all right there. Let's align this right here, CS, and then we want to make sure that it's not overlapping the bed. And for this one, I want to move this one like that, so that we have enough space. And then CS again, same thing that goes here. I just want to move this one, or I'm going to use align instead. CS, select that CS, and then just add this one right about here, and then onto this bed. So that's good. We're able to add that. I want to add in also, let's add some lighting. So for here, what we're gonna do is we're going to go back to the main, look for lighting, and then architecture, internal, and we have some table lamps here. I'm gonna use this one. See, okay, so I'm gonna load this, and then CM, and we could just, it doesn't look nice actually. I want something that is easier to look at for a table lamp. Maybe this one should be, so CM right there. But before we add it to others, what we could do is we could check the height. So I'm gonna add in a section, flip this, and then double check here. The height is right there, AL. I'm gonna align it from the top here. AL, set this one, this height, and then there we go. So I'm just gonna align it right there. And then now, if we check the height, let's delete this, it has 749.3. If we now select that, CS, the create similar will also inherit all the offset that we did here. So it's easier to just set one first and then create similar. Using create similar, you add the rest, and then it will conform to all the details that you added. So right there, and then add it there as well. So now what I'm planning to do is add the floor right here. So let's go to architecture, click on floor, and then this will be floor number 5. So let's duplicate this, and then now edit. Let's change this material. Most of the time I put wood on my second floor. So here I'm gonna select a random wood right here, click apply, OK, and then OK. Let's add this one all throughout the perimeter, but the internal of the wall. So I'm gonna add it like so, and then we're gonna trim this one later on. So once you're done, let's trim this out. TR, so to trim and extend there, trim and extend right here, and then right there, and then also here. We can trim and extend right here, but I want to create an opening, so I'm gonna select here, and then trim and extend right there, and then over right here. I'm going to have this one to trim and extend as well, and at the same time push this one back so that we don't see it. So if we click finish and see it right now, we have an opening right there. At least the seam is right, it's not showing, but actually we need to show it. I thought it's the other way around right here, but we just need to show it, so we need to align that part again. Click on that, and then if we see that everything is aligned there, what we need to do is, we have this overlap right here from the walls. So in order for that to be hidden, you need to select all of that, click on top base, and then we need to select that, and then as you can see, it got removed because those are the overlaps from the first floor. So you just need to select those again, and then click here, and then click on that one. For this one, we just need to pull this one down later on, and then this one, this is something that we need to edit because it's gonna be showing into our wall right there. And also this one, or as you remember, we did add this. So what we can do now is just to fix that, because so that it's not showing, we can select that and then we could just drop it a little bit, not too much, so that it's not showing. That's the only thing that we want to do, is to not show something that we don't want to show. So just a little bit. I think I push it too much at the top here. And then here we cannot just use that, because what will happen is it will create a gap right here. So in order to fix that, so here that will be the issue that we will have. So in order to fix that, I'm just gonna do that. You can just select that, edit the profile of the wall, and then create some extrusion there in order for it not to show on the top. And then you just need to trim and extend, and then here click finish. It was too much. There we go. I think that's good enough, and then this one got fixed. So those are the stuff that we need to fix in order for us to have a proper house, and it looks nice. And then at the same time, let's change the materials from sides here. So let's go to modify, and then let's go and select paint, and then if we could just check gypsum wallboard, So I'm just gonna try and look for it. So gypsum wallboard, I'm gonna select that and then select it into this face. And then here as well. So now that one is, so let's just put this one on the side. So that one is fixed, and we need to fix the one and below for the ceiling because it's still showing on that one. So in order to show that, what a better way to do is to do a section, or we could do a section box. Click apply, and then once you do, you select that and then you pull this one up. It is basically cutting into that, and then we could instantly or easily can select this. So now everything that is right here is white as well. So we're just prepping it, and then now after that we'll be able to just uncheck this, and then everything will be good as well. Not sure what happened here, but we're going to pull this one down. And then what will happen here is for this area, so I'm gonna trim and extend this, or before we trim and SL, split this one, and then TR, trim and extend. We're basically going to add a different wall right here. So CS on that, edit type, duplicate. You can put it as exterior wall number 2, and then let's just change the materials for this one. I'm probably going to use masonry. So here I'm just going to click that, press OK, and then let's just add this one first. So it's the same size anyway, so we could just add it right there, and then here in 3D we could just pull this one down if we want to, and then pull it down again so that everything is good. So we could just move this one just a bit like that, and then here we could just have it around there. So we could just align it, and then that's aligned to all of them. I just want the separation of walls so that we could change different heights there, and we could design it much better. And then let's not forget, we need to create some stairs right here. So we need to go to ground floor and then we need to go to our architecture and then click on stairs, and then let's change this to a monolithic stairs. And then what we need to do is from ground floor to level 1, desired number, yeah, 3 is good enough. And then what we could do is we could just add that. So it's just created 2, click on finish, and let's look at it at 3D. Let's flip this one, so it's just 1, so I don't want that. Let's do it again. So from ground floor to level 1, let's change the desired so that it changed the, there we go. Click on finish. We could flip this one if we want to by just flipping on the arrow, and then let's look at it before we edit. This one should be changed to monolithic, and then delete the railings like that. The only problem with this is because this one is too much for the actual thread depth. I want around 200 only if we can, but it's tricky to have. Let's see if it will fit. So let's align this one. I don't want to show up text. We don't need to show those. So I think that is good enough. I want to edit this stairs. I want to make sure I could just push this one right there, and then maybe we could create sketch custom, or we could edit this. So I want to try this one. So I just want to add this right here. I don't know if this is correct, but I want to try. I think this is not the proper way of doing this. So instead, I'm just going to add this. So I'm just gonna quit here, and I'm going to add this one and extend it like that. And then I'll just add the same one, copy that, pull it right here, rotate this, and then just add it right here, align it, and then let's just give this one some space. I want to push this one all the way there, and push this one all the way right here. I know it's gonna, I could do this much better, but that's the fastest way, I believe. And then we could just copy this as well, and then a smaller one on there. Rotate this, or just flip this and then edit. And then click that, align it, and then let's look at it. That looks fine with me. We could just move this one so that we have space there, so that it doesn't look like it's all the way to the side. And then lastly, we need to have an entrance. This one is still in above there, so I'm just gonna copy this and then rotate this. And then align them to the corners. And then here, select edit, and then there we go. Click finish. So everything is with stairs, everything is connected. This one is with stairs. We can edit this type, and then we don't want the backing there, so here we could just check the landing and uncheck this, press OK, and then OK. And I want to try and do that right here because I don't want that, and then we just need to edit. Oh, not this one. You just need to go here, edit type. We just want the thickness. Let's make the thickness to be 500. Now here, thread no supply. Maybe we could just put this one as 100. And then here, lastly, let's go here, edit type, run type, and then here structural depth. We could just change this to 300 because I don't want the inclined at the back. So now this one fits like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize the second floor, and just to review, we have everything added: washroom, beds, all the furniture. And then now we're going to continue working on his. First thing first, if we go to 3D, we haven't added the roof yet, so we're gonna add that. So we're going to go to level 2, and from level 2 we're going to add the flat roof. So let's go to architecture, click on roof, and then here we could edit this type, duplicate, and then let's put roof number 1, and then press OK. Edit, and then the thickness, we're going to make this one as 200, and then for the material, let's type in asphalt, and then let's choose this, click OK, and then OK again. And then before we add anything, we need to put it on base level 3, so we're gonna change that. But because we're in level 2, we're gonna use level 2's layout in order for us to determine where we're going to put those. After that, make sure this is unchecked, and then click on pick lines, and then here you start picking the lines from the inside here, similar to the floor that we did last. We're going to just add those right now. And then here, actually it's much better, we just need to do it like here, delete this one, and then now trim and extend everything. So type in TR, go to all corners where everything should be intersecting, and then we're going to add so once you finish, we could just click on check. Let's look at it in 3D, and then what we're gonna do is we're going to click on tab, and then it will highlight all the exterior walls like so. And then we're going to add this one by holding on control. So press your control button, select this one as well. Here we're going to change the top of the to 600, and there you go, our parapet got created. At the same time, we might push this back, and then instead of wall, we might just create model in place extrusion. So that's looking good. We need to fill this out, and then we're gonna fill that out, and then this one as well, we need to fill it out. So now let's go back to level 2. We need to add the windows right here. So similar to level 1, what we added here, we're gonna add the same curtain wall right about here. So all the windows, we're gonna create that now. So we could just click on wall and then go to drop down and then select curtain wall right here. Same idea, we need to put it in the interior part, so space bar, so that it goes to interior part, not on the exterior part. Add it there. It will keep on doing the noise because it's just saying that it's not showing yet, or it's not visible. If we go to 3D, it's not visible, but it's there. So it's basically telling you that. And then here we could add it. And then what we could do here, we need to add this one for now, and then here we're gonna add it as well. This is with with the balcony, and this one we can add a balcony as well. So here what I'm planning to do, CS on that, is add it, and similar to the first floor, I want it to be cornered on this side. So we're just going to create something right there. We could pull this back so that if we put the balcony right here, it's not interfering with anything. And then here we could just extend this one. So now we need to show this one. So in order to show up, probably we're gonna add the same one right here as well. So we might just push this above, and then here we're just gonna add this one. But here, as you remember, we have this. In 3D, we could just push this above. So even though we've done it, we could just push this one right about here. And then we could just cut geometry right now. Select the wall, and then the curtain wall can be selected as well. Wall and then curtain wall. There we go. And then now we could just align them so that they have the same height. And then we're going to put the same curtain grid lines here, and then it will look the same for that. And then at the same time, we're going to do it right here. So let's go back to level 2. I just want to do that to show you that what we're planning to do. Push this back a little bit because I'm not sure if that's the right thing to do, or just leave it like that. It's already been done on that. Just go back to level 2, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on modify, cut geometry, and we're just gonna show this now. Show everything. So that's done, and then this one as well. And then now go back to 3D, and then we're going to set it to the same height as this one, because I believe this was too high. So AL, push it right there, same height. Select the base and then the copied. And then let's not forget to add something right here as well. So here, this is a washroom, so I'm gonna pull it back above like that. We just need that amount of window right there, and then also right here. This is the same. This doesn't have curtain wall. We have a curtain wall, but it doesn't have a balcony, so we're gonna set a height for that. So probably that height, and that same goes right here, AL. So they could be the same height. This will be just below because we need to add a glass door right there. So I'm just setting this up. Let's finish this one with a roof. So let's go to level 1 and then click on architecture and then roof. This is roof number 1. Make sure the fine slope is unchecked, and then here just change it to level 2. Click apply, and then let's just add a roof right about here. Click finish. It will be pasted or put into the second floor, and then now we just need to pull this one up and then this one as well. So now it will need to go up, top offset of 600 as well, similar to what we did here, but I think 600 is too much right here, so maybe we could just put it at 400. There we go. That's good enough height. But the issue is with we have here, so what we need to do is we need to cut it from here. So let's go to modify SL. I believe it's split element, and that's the perfect one that we should use, and then cut it right there, and then now select that 400 top offset, and then as you can see, this will be good. So it's a 2 entity now. It can be like that now, and then we change this one as well. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to level 2. Let's just save this first, and then we're going to trim this out. Like I said earlier, we're going to just use this instead a model in place, so that it's easier for us to control. So right there, we're going to add floors here so that everything looks nice, and then here as well, so that we finish adding all those. So now let's go right here, and then we're going to extend this one just close enough for the level, so we could just add here. So here is where we're gonna put it. Let's just go to roof. So we're gonna do not roof, but we could do floor actually instead. So floor, edit type, duplicate, floor number 6. We could just do one of the gypsum wall board. Let's use this because just because I want it to be white here, and everything should be connected. I'm gonna use this for now, look at it in 3D and see how this looks, and then after that I'm gonna highlight this one again, edit. We need to push this one out, AL. I went to level 1 so that we see everything. Here we need to close this off as well. So I'm gonna choose pick line right here and then trim this out. Trim this out right there, and then you can trim this out and then trim this. I just want to double check that again. So that looks good. This one needs to be put down, attached to the top base so that it's not showing up like so. So at least we have that done. And then here we're going to add the same thing. I'm going to extend this one a little bit, and then let's see how everything works out. So for now it's right here. We're going to click on floor and then use the same floor, number 6, and then just add floor right there. And then let's see it right here, edit boundary, and then go to level 1. Here we just need to put this one right so that everything is not overlapping, and that's about it. Just making sure that nothing is overlapping, because once we go to Twinmotion and if it's overlap, it's gonna keep on blinking. It doesn't look good. So that's done with that. What we could do here now is we have this area. We're gonna cut this off and we're gonna put some design right here, but for now let's add curtain grid here, because this is what we're doing right here. We're going to add curtain grid around 500 like I said. So just hover into the area right here. If it's not 500, we could just delete that and then 500 here, so it will conform to what you need. But the only thing is you need to press escape again and then pull it back. Once we finish one side, it's easier to do the other side because we could just use a line. So now for the top portion, I think we're just gonna leave it like that, or we could just, yeah, let's leave it like that, or we could just arrange this one to be at the top, or yeah, just leave it like that. I think that's good enough. Nobody's gonna know that there's a little bit more space there. At the same time, let's add the same thing but on the side there, because we could just use a line and it's easier and it doesn't complicate things. And then now use align tool to just align them all together like that. And then now we just need to click on mullion, and you could just manually add this one. Because we already added some. I just don't want them to be added again, and then we need to clean up. So at least this one, this is all good. So now it looks good. We need to do that on the other side. On this one, so we need to go to level 2 and then we need to push back this one so that nothing is showing anymore. Connect this one there, and then let's look at it at 3D first. So that's good, but we need to add curtain grid in order to see if everything is matching. I'm gonna put in 500 again. We're gonna make sure that 500 to be consistent. And then at the same time on the other side. And then AL, align it. So now if we put our mold in all, we need to delete the ones right here, and then through viewing it on second floor, we will be able to see how much we're gonna push this out. So that's the way I do it, especially in this corners right here. Let's go back to level 2, and then we could just push this one out up to the point of there. If we check it to 3D, this is good enough. I'm happy with this. Even though there's some gap, it looks like it's touching there anyway. And here, thickness, width on side, so that's good enough for me. And then now what we could do here on the others is just add the curtain grid first. For this one, I'm gonna have 500 at the top. I'm gonna put the door right here around 800, and then divide this one, divided by 3. I think that's good enough. I'm not sure why I put that one there, but that's good. And then this one as well, curtain grid, 500 at the top, around 800 right here, and then now right there. And then here you just need to go 500 at the top, and then just divide this one like that. So I like that one. We just need to add mullions all around here. Just add that one right there, and then we're just gonna delete anything that we don't need later. So glasses, windows right at the top is good, and the base as well. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start modeling this, especially in the outside. We added some roof here, and then we fixed roof here and here as well. Now we're gonna continue working on this. And one thing that I'm gonna do is, let's go to level 2. we're gonna put some railing right here. So let's go to architecture, click on railing, and instead of that I want the rectangular railing, and then here we just need to add it right about here at the edge. And then click finish, and let's look at it in 3D. So that's good enough. Same goes at the other side. We're going to put one right here. So click on railing, click it right there, and then right about here to connect. Click finish and check if everything looks good, and then that looks good enough. We could just edit the path. We can move this one right about here at the edge, and then here as well we could put it at the edge right here to have some room. And then for this one we could just edit also the path. Let's move this one a little bit at the edge, and then click finish. What we could do right now is to give this some change, especially here in front. We're gonna model that later. And then here what we could do is we could extend this one a bit. So I want to extend this one going down, and then this one as well. So I'm going to use unjoin element. So here I need to align this one from here, and then once we do that, as you can see, there's a lot of errors that are adding up. So what we could do is we need to split those ones. I believe it's right here that we need to split. We need to split this one. We could just move this one right here. Let's see if that works. And then also this split element, and let's try and split it right about here, and then let's see how it works. I'm going to use align AL to align it down, and then here I'm going to check if we could just align this one as well. And so for reason it's just not working out for us here. I know this one should be okay to push down, but for some reason it's not. So what I could do is grab this one and pull it back a little bit. I believe once we do that and then attach it again, it will fix things that giving that error earlier. So now it's fixed, and then we could just join them. But for some reason once we join them, so let's just add this one like that, and with that small gap, nobody can notice that. Let's see if we could just align it, and if it's gonna give us error. So it's just giving us so much error that I don't want to deal with that and spend time fixing it. So I think that's a good way of just fixing it for now, and then we'll see if we have time later on we could just do that. So now what we could do is I might delete the ones at the side and then put an extrusion right here. So I might do that. So here we could edit actually this one, edit path, delete the ones that right here, and then here we could just even move this one like that. And then we're going to south elevation to have some extrusion right here in front. So here, go to architecture, click on model in place, and then generic model, and then click on OK, set, and then we're gonna pick the plane. We're going to pick this plane. Make sure this is highlighted. Here, select that. We're gonna start from 0, and then here we're gonna extrude it. Let's put 200 for now, or maybe 400 for now, and then we could just edit that later on. Here under materials, we need to set the materials to something, and let's go to plastic and then make it this one for now. And then here we're going to add our design. So what I usually do is we can pick this line if we want to, and then trim and extend, and then here pick it again, offset this one to 200. We could do that. You can also use rectangle if you want to, but it's up to you to decide what you're gonna use. Things that make your life easy is the best. Here I'm just closing this off, and then click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So here we could push this one all the way right here at the edge. So now it looks much nicer like that. At the same time, click on finish, edit this one, edit the railing, and we're just going to push this one on the side right here. So to top it off like that. Click finish, and let's look at it again. That looks really nice the way it looks. So I'm happy with this. I want the same finish as this one right here, so I'm going to edit this. I just want to know what's the name so that I could, so CFRP, so I'm gonna copy that, click here. So whatever finish you put here, you could just put at the same time. I'm going to put this one in this face, so that's easy. So hopefully here in paint I'll be able to add that. CF here, let's go and add it there. I want to also add it right here, so I'm going to close that. Split element, I'm going to choose this to be split, and then I'm going to add this line right here. I'm gonna try and line it up like that so that it's exactly like that, and then click finish. It's just overlapping at the top, but once we do, this is split, and then we could add the same finish. So now it looks like it's a box, so I'm happy with that. And then we're gonna set a different materials for this one as well right here. let's choose something that we haven't chosen yet. So metal deck, probably we could just use this one for this face. So I'm happy with that, and then click on done. I'm just checking how it looks. So that looks really nice. At the same time, we have something right here that we could just leave it like that. But at the same time, I was thinking of something different. But for now, let's leave it like that. I want something to be changed here as well, to be carved at. We could do the same model in place design. So here, generic model, and then select this wall. So pick this wall, and then here, same thing. We could use pick line for the corners, and then pick line again to do the 200 offset. And then here we could just close this off like so, and then close it off like that. And then now we could just trim and extend, and then trim and extend like that. I'm thinking of adding a glass at the top here. I think that will look neat, and then at the same time having something like this as well at the top. We need to change the material, or we could keep the materials, same thing, and then look at it at 3D. So I'm happy with the way it looks. We could put a tree here in the front. That will look nice in the front there. And then at the same time, I want to change the materials right here as well. So here, I'm gonna select this materials right here so that it looks the same, and then now CF material for the side. So I have it on the side right here, and then at the same time we want it on this side. So I'm gonna choose split element right here, and then just continue the ones that we have at the top. Click finish, pick here, and then select that. So completely on this side everything is good. I want something that goes line up right here and going down, or just to give this one something, I want the same look right there. So, and then maybe at the top again one more. So what I'm gonna do is model in place, generic model, and then let's go and create a sweep, pick path. Let's choose the exterior part right here, and we need to, so here we need this side, not this one. Let's delete that one. We want to make sure that everything is correct every time we setting this up, because this will change quite a bit. So trim and extend on all corners, just to be sure. After that, click finish and then click on edit profile, select rectangle, and then what we're gonna do this is something like that. Make it 100, enter, and then here make it 200, so it's sticking out a bit. Click finish, and then you want to make sure that we have the same materials right here, so CFPR. Okay, or maybe we need to change this one. So yeah, just leave it like that for now. Click finish, and that looks really nice. Off that, and then let's go to level 1. Like I said, I want to add a curtain wall right here, so I'm gonna select a curtain wall, CS on that, and then just add it at the top right here. It will give me some errors, but don't worry, I'm going to fix that errors. And then go back here, and then we could just pull it up and pull it down. Maybe use a different one right here, something that is not preset to that high, and then we could just, the reason that you're not seeing it because of how high it is, so I'm just gonna put this one down like so, and then so that we could see it, and then just extend this one, and then just pull it up again because of the cut plane. And then let's go to south elevation. I want to at least put this one like that, and then we might be able to just put it something like that, and then we're gonna create a framing out of this. Here its height is around 2100, make it 2000 to be consistent with the height, and then pull this one directly below that, and then the edges here for the front door, let's align this one, and then align it here, and then we just need to add curtain grids in the midpoints. And then just add the curtain or mullions, all grid, and then at the same time select this one, add the same thing, edit, click here, pick path, or sorry, pick line, and then offset that to 200, and then use trim and extend to extend everything, or to fillet them, and then just use this. And then click finish, and then finish again. Look at it at 3D. so double of that, and let's do that as the same thing here at the side. And then now I just want to add this one right here to overlap everything. We're going to have something that is like that, and I'm going to use this one with an offset. So how I do it, I'll show you guys. Model in place, generic model, and then here I'm gonna do sweep again, pick path, and then from there I'm gonna use this one right there. So the same path that we're using, but I'm just going to extend this one a little bit right here on the bottom, and then this one I'm going to extend this one right here. After that, click on finish, edit profile, but I'm going to put it upwards right here. I'm doing that so that I don't need to do multiple extrusions, instead setting up. So it's just a quick way of just creating this, and then because of that I'm going to have that gap there. So now in terms of height, let's put it 1 at 200, and then here around 600, so doubled everything. Click finish and then finish. So now it will look like that. Finish again, and then we want to make sure that we change the material. So CF, let's use that again. That one's good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this SL house. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start modeling this by adding an extrusions. As you can see, we have the front almost finished up, and then we're going to do it on the other side right here as well. So for now, I want to change the materials right here, front and on the side. So to do that, I will need to use split face, and then select this face, and then from there, as you can see, there's a yellow on the border. Those things you cannot actually add line. You only put a line where you would connect the yellow to the yellow, meaning this side now is all in one material. So that is done. I'm happy with this. Now we'll be able to select the other parts, and this is this wall. Same thing here. We could use actually pick line, pick this line, and then you need to move this one back a bit, and then pick this line up. and then now we need to just pull this one right about this yellow line right here. So that's good, and then we need to fix this one as well. So select this one. So every face you need to do this. Pick this and then click finish, and then lastly on this side as well. Actually here we need to as well, but because this is the part right here, that will be good enough. We could just click that with a paint, and then let's check this one side. I think that's good enough as well. So here on this side we just need to pick path right here, right there, and then now we could just pull this one back, and then here. So now click on finish on that, and then now let's add in the material by using paint. We need to differentiate this, so I'm gonna use this. As you can see, this one is still not showing that we did it correctly, so I'm going to click on split face again. It's because we put it on the wrong side, so that's why. We just need to add it right here actually, not around here. So that was my mistake. And then but we just need to click on paint again, and then add the brick finish. So now this is fixed the way we want it to. Get that, and then that, oh, not that one, this side only, and right there. So now everything looks much better because of that. Let's escape, and then now what we could do is let's fix this part. I want the same look as the one at the right here. So what I'm gonna do is model in place, generic model, and let's just quickly add this. Let's do sweep, pick path, and then let's add it on to here. And then trim and extend. Trim and extend right there. Every corner should be trim and extend to make sure that everything is connecting. So now click finish, edit profile, and let's just add same thing right here. We do maybe 200 and then 100 right here. And then click finish, and then finish again. We have that look. I'm gonna push this back later on, and then here we could just add in the same one. I want to be consistent with the materials as well. So click on finish, and then go to level 2 to fix that one part right there that is for sure, so we could just finish or clean this up. I'm probably going to extend it downwards because of the viewport or view range, and then let's just pull this one right there again, and then go back to 3D. Now that we fix it, we could just have the same height again right there. So basically just changing that up a little bit. And then here at the same time, let's go to level 2. I'm probably going to push this one a little bit here to have some gap. Here, edit this path, delete this one, and then we're probably going to edit this again to make it right about there. And then here, CS on that, generic model, and we're going to add the same extrusion set on this one, pick a plane, so you could basically create something similar. We're just gonna set this one again just to make sure that I did it correctly. We're gonna do the same one but in 3D. You can basically do that by using pick line. Same thing that we'd use there, and then pick line again, 200 offset. If you make a mistake, you just delete that later on. So here we did that, so trim and extend now, and then here just to cap it off. And then click on finish, and let's just extend this one a bit like that. We could just extend this all the way right here just for that, and then at the same time click on finish, edit this, edit path, and then we want it to be touching those extrusion. We want to double check if everything is aligned. That's done. So I'm happy with that. Not sure if we're gonna add this one anymore. I think we're probably good, or we could just select this one, same materials again. But if we do that, this will be bothersome for me because it's gonna overlap this one and it doesn't look good. But that's here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this materials right here only on this spot, because this is something that is changeable. It's easy to change because it's all, we don't need to do the other steps that we do because this is just the face of that. So I'm happy at least that material we could maybe add it in the same materials right here. That's to just to change it up. And then for this material, I just forgot what material is this though. But here under paint, maybe I'm just gonna use damp proofing to just change that. Here under railing, we want to make sure that we have materials set up already there. And then here we need to add metal material. So you could choose one of those and then just click apply and then OK. we want to make sure that those materials are set up and not on default. And then here I'm planning to just add the same material, CF, so that everything is looking the same way. There we go. And then now I want all of this to be changed in a different material. So here, this is looking good. And then now change the materials for the outside on all of them. If we have metal paneling, that would be perfect. So here I'm just going to look for something different. I'm just gonna use copper just to make sure that everything is changed accordingly. And you want to make sure that you just put it to the ones that we didn't do. So that's done. And then all this face should be changed as well. And then just double check that we didn't miss anything, like this one. So here I'm happy with what we accomplished. I think that's good enough. What we need to do now is to tag everything. So here, tag each room. So here I'm going to put garage, powder room. We need to create some separation there. So we need room separator. We could attach it right here, usually from the wall. So I think we need to extend this one from the wall. And then another room separator for here. And then room separator for this. Stairs. And then here, entrance. And then just click on those, and then now we'll be able to separate each and every one of them. And then let's add this one. You can put this one as backyard. Make sure it's all capital. Kitchen. We have our family room here. Garage. Entrance. Our entry. Other room. And we have stair. and then we have living, and then dining. And 3, and then laundry right here. So that's good. Let's go to level 2, and then let's add each of the rooms right here by starting here. You have corridor right here, and then now we could just put masters. We have an ensuite 1. We have bedroom 1. Let's copy and bedroom 2 and bedroom 3. And then here we could just ensuite, and then make it 2, and then we have our washroom here. And then our corridor. So once we begin adding our sheets, this one, once we change our scale, this will be basically become smaller. It will scale itself. So I just need to change all of this. I wasn't aware that I was putting in the wrong spelling for those. And then we want to make sure to double check everything. We have different materials there. Here I'm gonna set up same materials right there as well. So in the next video, we're basically going to finish this off. We're gonna add in some curb appeal here, some sides, and then some roads, and then we're gonna finish it off by adding it to sheets. I'm gonna show you how to show it in sheets. So thank you for watching, and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 14 of this SL house. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up all the materials right here. We added more models. We modeled all of that. One thing I did notice that I haven't added yet is the doors right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to insert, load family, and then let's go back to the main, and then look for doors, and then here we have a single curtain wall, single glass. Click on open, and then here we're going to select by controlling in the tab and then selecting that face or panel, and then drop down here, and then we need to add those ones. And then just for more details, we need to remove this because that's basically a tripping hazard if we just put it right there. And also here we need to just keep on selecting tab until it's highlighting only the panel that we want to our door to be in, and then now just selecting that. If you want to double check your orientation, or the orientation of the swing of the door, you need to go to level 2, and we need to fix it and then flip it according to what you want. As well as right here, I think I flip it from the inside because there's not enough space here. It's just for going outside and viewing some people right here. So that's good enough for me. And then right now what we can do is we could finish off adding on the grass part right here. You could basically select this floor number 2, CS on that, and then let's go to ground floor, and then let's add in everything on the side and then on this side as well. Okay, and then now align that, and then align here. Grab that one, and then TR, trim and extend. Align it here, and then align it there. And then now we just need to pick a line there, trim and extend, delete this, and then just trim and extend right there at the top. And then now we have our overall area, and then we could just click here, and as you can see, it tells us that we haven't finished trimming and extending this part. So now we have this big lot right here. One thing we need to add is some separation here from the outside. So what I'm planning to do is I'm gonna add in something, so a floor here. I'm still going to add another floor, so click on floor, edit type, duplicate, floor number 7, edit. This will be one of the concrete floors. So let's add a concrete floor right here, and we could just use whatever. And then here we could just have something like that, because it's better to have I'm thinking of should I put a door here or instead a gate? I think a gate would be much better. And then here I'm just going to align it all the way right here, and then on the side click on finish. Let's look at it 3D. In terms of how big this one, we could basically just move it a little bit like that. Cars, how big it is, maybe we could put it at 7,000. That's good enough. And then here select that CS, and then add another one right here that will represent another grass here, that we could add some trees to reflect on that. So that's looking good. I'm planning to add the same materials right here. So that's copper, and then here click paint copper right there. So that's looking good. And then now some side street, and then here I think I'm just gonna delete this and then add an opening here. So now we need to go to south elevation, and then I'm going to add or create a gate for this one. So here what we're gonna do is we're gonna edit profile, and then I'm gonna make it actually big enough for an opening. AL, and then obviously I'm just gonna leave some gap here for a separation. SL, I think this is a much better look than what I'm planning to do. Here we need to align this one, then delete this, click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. Now it's an opening, and then what we need to do right now is to just add something right here, like a gate. So let's go to south elevation again, and then what I'm gonna do is a model in place, generic model, and then we need to set this one in front. So this one here, this face, the one beside that we created a gap, and then here I'm going to add, I'm just gonna change the materials here, another metal material. Let's use aluminum for now. Click apply, OK, and then here let's add this one, then align it here, aligned at the top, and then click here, then offset this to 50 and pull it towards right there. And with this I'm gonna create an opening because we want to have a gate. I'm just going to align this one now. So align that one, and then we could just trim and extend right about there. So this is just the case, and then at the same time, actually what I'm planning to do is to have this one as a case, and then we have a different casing for the door. I think I could do this one much better, adding this one again around 50, trim this one, and then delete this, and then SL, and then trim this one like that, and then trim this one as well. And then after that we could just add this detail right here. So I'm gonna add this detail right here, SL, let's just delete this one and then delete this one, and then here we could just put 25 actually, and then let's just copy this one multiple times. I want to copy it from here so that the gap is almost the same. Or instead of here, we could just create create it this one later on, and I just want to finish this off with this. I think it's a lot faster if we don't do that same way. I'm just going to probably do this as 50, 0, and then click apply and then click finish, and then let's look at it in 3D. We're gonna pull this one back for sure, and then pull it back right about there. We want to make sure that we're supporting the one at the back. So that is what we have, and then go back to south elevation. We're not yet done. We're gonna create the gate extrusion. Let's set that, pick a plane, and then let's set this one right about there, and then after that let's go to our, I think, ground, and then from the ground what we could do is, and then from here we're going to add in our extrusion, but we want to make sure that we're able to do that. I don't think we can. So what I'm gonna do is let's just create, so I'm gonna put a gap here, the casing first. We want to make sure that it looks proper. So the casing, and then another one is, this one is 25. So that's the casing for the door or the gate. Click on finish, and then look at it at 3D. Pull it back, so we have our case now, and then after that we could go to ground floor. We could extend our case like that, and then put in extrusions, same ones, or we could just pull it back like this if we want to. We could put this one at 40, and we could just copy or use, we could array this. Array. So we need to finish this first before we could array. Finish that. Same material. Pull it. You need to pull it up. AL. Above right here. And then after that, go back to ground floor. Select that one. Click array. And then click on last. put in the amount, probably 10, and then from here we could put this one right about here, and if that's good enough we could just click finish. So I'm happy with this, and then here we're gonna put in another one. We're going to go to maybe our west elevation. Let's see if we're able to see the east elevation. So that's the only problem, is we're not be able to see that, but I think we could do is to add section and then create a section right there. We could extend this one because we cannot see it, and then we could just set this one right there. We could just select this one, edit in place, click on extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this plane right here. After that, let's add this one right about here, or just above right here. 50 is good enough. Click on finish, look at it in 3D and extend it before we do our thing. So that's basically arraying it to have this one, to make this one easy. And then here, once you do that, go back to section, select those, and then here what we could do is we could just click on array to the last, maybe 10 as well, or make it 14, grab it and then put it in the last, and then it will create a gap. That's fine, and then click on finish. And as you can see, we have that one, but we could just make it much better. What we could do is we could just add something in between, and then here we're gonna do is same thing, model in place, extrusion, pick a plane, then select this plane. Once we selected that, click here, and then we're gonna add the same thing but in between here. So once we added that, what I'm gonna do is we're going to change this material to a wood. So wood material, make it maple or mahogany, click finish, look at it in 3D and extend it. Once we extend this AL, we can array it again. There we go. That looks really nice. Wood materials and metal materials combined. And then now go back to section, select that. Let's try to array this. So what I'm gonna do is, let's count this one: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 12 of them, and then copy it from the middle right here, and hopefully everything works. It did work, but we just need the proper distances. 12, and then I'm gonna grab it there, going right here. What's the problem is overlapping some of them. So I think 12 is not enough. I think it needs, or the gap is not proper. So here what I'm gonna do is just copy it. There's no issue with just copying it. The easiest way as well. We don't need to worry about the gaps. We can undo it and then copy it again. Midpoint. And up to here. Click on finish, and as you can see, that looks really nice. And I'm happy with the way it looks. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to do this. Now we're going to continue working on this. I want to add it right here as well to this gate. First, let's go to ground floor. And here we could just delete this one now. This section is not needed anymore. And then here we just need to add all these gaps with the same. So here, let's go to model in place, generic model, and then here click on extrusion. You want to pick the plane, and then after we pick the plane, we could just keep on adding this. We don't need to use array anymore or other tools. And select that, copy. I know the ends, both ends are different, but what we could do is we could just align the ones that we do. Copy that one, then just keep on adding to the corners. And then here, once we're in the last, you could just align it so that there's no gap. And then click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D, and then we could just extend it or all at once. Here we go. So that's how it looks. And that's completely different with what we have. And clearly you can see that this is the one for the door. And then what we can do is we can create something right here either the doorknob or just a handle. I'm thinking of just a handle. Here we could just create an extrusion, pick a plane, and we could just add it to the casing right here. I'm going to add I'm just estimating around right here. And then once we have that, I'm just going to change this material to a metal material again. Click apply, OK, and then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. We can extend this a bit. And then we're gonna add a void extrusion, and then set this one to this space. And then after that, use rectangle to create that void. Click on finish, and then we could just extend that and then cut geometry. And there we go. We have our handles for that. And that looks really good. A simple handle, and then we just did it right here. Very fast to do. Now let's go back to floor. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're going to add some sidewalk. So we're gonna use model in place again, and then generate model. We're gonna do it on the same, and then here let's do extrusion. And we want to make sure that we're using concrete. Any one of this will do. And then let's just add something like this right here. Around 1200, it's good enough. And then let's split this one, SL, SL there. And maybe we could just add the same one right here as well. $1,200. Usually it's 2,000, but we could just deal with it right now. Or maybe I could just move this one right here. And then yeah, let's do the 2,000. And then here 2,000 going down. And actually I'm just gonna move this one so that we can move the floors as well. Edit boundary, just gonna use align. And then here edit boundary as well. And then I'm just gonna pull it right there. I think that's enough gap. And then just click on finish for now, and then edit this one again. This is the extrusion that we created. I already split it in two, and then I'm gonna use fillet art. I'm just going to use something right here, box them in. Trim it first. And then use fillet arc. To do that. Let's look at it at 3D and how it looks. I think that's good, the way it looks right now. And then the only thing I need to do here is this floor is showing like that. Maybe I just need to extend this boundary right here. AL and up to this end. And that looks good, the way everything is done there. Here I just need to height offset this one to 50 just for this one. And then now what we could do is we could add our sheets. So we need to go to sheets first, right click, click on new sheet. What we have right now is A0 metric. If we load, go back to the main, we have title blocks right here. We have different kinds of sheet. So A0 is already loaded for us. If you want to load A1, you can do so. But for me, I have A0 and then I'm just gonna press OK. Once we do that, as you can see, there's a plus now beside this. It created A0 A1001 and it's unnamed. So now, like I said in the earlier video, Revit recognized the sequence, and then every time we create a new sheet, it will make it in sequence with that. So here I'm gonna do 5 sheets for now, and then once we have 5 sheets, each and every one of them you can just double click here. Once you click and click, you could put cover sheet, and then you could also change the number. You can also go here. Once it's open, you can also change this one right here. So this one would be first floor, the second one, the second floor, and then here we have elevation and another elevation on the other side. So now in cover sheet, what we could do is we could go to ground, create a view here, go to drop down, create a camera view like that to show our camera view like that, and that looks really nice the way it's being shown. What you can do is you can put it in fine, and then now we could do graphic display. We could do shadow, casting shadows, background. You can put it to gradient, and then click apply, and that looks good. Or you can even do is realistic. So it really depends on you how you want to showcase this. You can even add sun path or remove the shadows. So here I want this one to be my, so it will be my starting view. So every time I open this will be the one that I want to see first. So here I can just do that. Click on save. And then at the same time, this is the one that I want my picture on the cover sheet. And then you can, what you can do is you can drop it down to the cover sheet, or you can render this. So here under view we have render, and then render in cloud. We're just gonna do a local rendering, and then it will open up this. Let's do medium. You can change this all you want, but I'm just gonna render it fast. So within 22 seconds I was able to render this one. It's good enough for me. We could save it to the project as rendering. It will be right here. And then now you can also export this one, and then we could just put it right here into our folder. Click close. If you go back to your cover sheet, we'll be able to select this and then drop this one right about here. The good thing about this is we'll be able to size it bigger. So that's the good part of rendering it and then saving it to your project and then having it rendered like that. And then here we can double click there. And then another thing that I want in the sheet is some sheet list. I want my sheet list to have sheet number first, and then sheet name, and then it's up to you if you want to do all of this, but I just want this two information first. Click OK. It will be added there. Go to your cover sheet. To add it, go here and then add your sheet list right here. You can make it bigger by grabbing this one and then expanding it more. So anytime you change something, add sheets, it will be automatically added right here. So in our first floor, what we have right now is level 1 looking like that. You could close this first, and then I want to drop this level 1 first right here to see how big it is or small it is. For now this is too small and the area is big and it's not visible. We're going to change that by going to the level itself, changing it to 1:50. As you remember, I told you this will be scaled. And then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna click all of this, focus on this area first with all our dimensions and everything, and then uncheck this again. And then now once we drop this one, it's good, it's visible, it's big enough. So before we put in our level 2, we need to change our scale again and then crop this one. And then uncheck that, click apply. Go to second floor, drag and drop, and then we have our second floor right there. If you want to edit this, what you need to do is you need to select this view first and then edit those. If you don't want level 2 to appear here, what you can do is press escape. You're still in the view. What you need to do is select here in the view, and then you can change it, the naming right here. It will change this one. So here you want it to be second floor instead of level 2. If you change it right here, it will change here as well. So I usually just change it on the title sheet unless I want everything to be changed. So at the same time, let's go to first floor. This is level 2 named. I want it to be first floor. So here, select that view and then title on sheet, first floor. So that's good. Next is elevation. We're gonna do some editing or changing a scale here as well. As you can see, it's too small. Once we add this, we need to make it bigger. So before we drop it there, what we need to do is we need to change the scale. You can also change the look. You can make it fine and then realistic. So it really depends on you, on the look that you want. 50, fine and realistic. At the same time, we need to crop this. As you can see, there's too much space going on, and the good thing about Revit is once we move it past the levels or grid, it will still show this because it recognizes that, oh, you need more space. So I'll create that space, but the information is still there. So here we could select that, move this one a little bit, and then go back here, edit all the necessary things, realistic, and then crop it. Also, I just want to show us, if you forgot to uncheck this one, it doesn't matter because it's not gonna show in the view once you print this one, like the border. So don't worry about that. For me, I just want to do it so that it's always clean. But here, if you forgot, that's not a big problem. It's just a indication for you guys. And then here we could just extend this one a bit so that everything is visible once we put it, and then change this one, click it to fine and then realistic. So now we'll be able to add elevations instantly. Similar to that, drag and drop, then north, and then go back to the other one, click on south, and then click on west. So that's good. In order to print this, what we need to do is need to save it first. Click on print right here, choose your printer, and then right here we need to select views, and then the difference between combine and create separate files is, of course, separate files you will print this one individually, all the sheets. That's a big hassle, so usually I use the combine. I want it to be combined on all, and then here select, click uncheck views, and then check all. And then here you can save this one. I want everything that I check to have, and then I'll put full set. So you can always preset anything that any views that you want. And most of the time this is very useful, because if you have addendum, permit, or whatever, those addendum, tenders, permit, sometimes you only choose the ones that you need to. If there's changes in addendum, basically you just need those sheets, and if you have a lot, it's going to be a hassle if you always have to print it and check this one. So you can preset everything. Press OK, and then OK again, and then it will print out. Once it print out, you just need to save it to your file location, and then we just need to check it, see how it goes, and then most of the time it looks good. This is our cover. We have this one right here, and then there. This is the one that I was telling you if you forgot to click uncheck the crop view. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. We're probably going to go to Twinmotion now, and as you can see, everything is done and we're ready for that. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 16 of this SL house. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize this. One thing that I'm going to do is, before we send it to Twinmotion, is I'm just going to edit this. And the panel material, I want it to be the same thing as we did in the gate, mahogany. There we go, so that it ties all together. And then I want, I'll just leave the white trims like that. And before we send it to Twinmotion, you want to make sure that everything is closed right here. You're in 3D, and then make sure you're in fine so that everything is showing. And then you need to save it first, and then once you're ready, let's go to your Twinmotion plugin and then see in Twinmotion. So once everything is synchronized, you put it in new project, and as you can see, everything is right here. We just need to pull down the starting ground. Here I'm just selecting here, and then put it down a little bit. So now we have our ground. We need to do is save it first. So save it to the location that you want to, and then I'm just saving this one. And once you save it, go to your burger menu, and then you want to make sure you're signed into Epic Games, so that we could use all their features, especially all the Quixel Megascan materials. So here, I just basically open this side. There's an arrow as well right here. You can open. This is the scene graph, and this is your menu right here. And then what we could do right now, press escape so that you don't have that yellow thingy when you're selecting anything. What we could do now is we could go to our materials, and then click on glass. I usually use the two-sided glass, and then here I put the opacity up, and then the color to something black, like that. I want to do that because I want everything to, because I'm not showing too much of the inside, so I just want it to be blurred, and at least there's like stuff at the back, right? That. And then once your glass is done, we could do is go to our settings and then our camera. Always turn on parallelism so that everything is looking good, and then here click on your visual effects. Click here, color gradient, and then the type. I always like the blue tint, so it's up to you if you want to do this, but for me, I like the way the effect goes. And then here under settings, we could do rendering. If we turn on here, and then weather, leave it like that. Lighting, we're gonna change that later on. Here in location, we want to go to background, and we put none so that we add our own background. And then here in our lighting, we change this to something skyline, so something like that, or background HDR. So we're gonna do that later on. This one, let's just put it in skylight HDRI, so at least you see the changes now. And then we could just set this one later. And then now we need to keep on adding materials. What for me, I'm gonna put in the wood material first, and then we have materials here that I want to incorporate. I like that material right there. So here, this one should be good enough for me. I like the way it looks, and then the scale, just a little bit like that. And in terms of materials, for the metal, what we could do is click here, because we already set this one to aluminum, and then we just need to turn on metalness, and then now we could change the reflections, and then here we could change it to black. Even for our mullion, we could select that, check if metalness is on, and then reflectiveness, and then here we could just change this one to black as well. So I like the way the black does here. Reflections, you can play around with those. Same goes right here. This one is turned on. The handrail, here, let's turn it on. And this one, we forgot to put the material on, so that's something that we need to go back to, or we could just put that one there, and then all black as well. And then now with metal, I kinda like the metal paneling. That I'm doing right now. And then the scaling is something that we need to figure out. So this one, let's put it right here. So gray. I want to make it bigger. And then you basically can override that. The way it looks, it doesn't appeal to me because I want those bigger panelings. And for some reason this one is too small. So here we could just override this to 50. I think for that one is good enough. This is good as well, but I rather have the other one, this one, and then we could just change this and make it tall a little bit. Aluminum panel, we're going to change that. Same goes right here, and then at the same time we're going to change the scale. I think that's good enough. And then here we need to change the reflection and make it dark a little bit, so that's fine. There we go. And then this one, let's change this to gray. Let's put it in the middle and put a gray materials right there. So we have this metal wood, and then I think it's good if we should just change this to metal as well for the trim. I think that should be it. And then we want to make sure that everything should be black around here, so we need to go back to Revit and change that. Here I'm planning to put stone. We could put this kind of stone. It looks really nice with that combination. And then here we want to make it metal again. And then just leave it like that. And then that's the only thing that I need to go back to, is because of this white trims right here that we could just clean up. So make sure to save it first. Let's go back to Revit to clean that up. We're going to use paint and then choose one of the paint here. I'm gonna choose leather black. For now, I'm just going to put this one. So roofing. I'm just going to select this one for now. There we go. This is a tedious process, so you just need to be careful. Make sure you're clicking the correct face. There we go. And then let's just do this as well. I'm just going to do all the right here. Because I don't want to keep you guys, so I just want to see to show you what I'm doing here, and then you just need to do it on the rest. If there is a curtain wall or a window, make sure you do this. So I'll just get back to you once I finish this. So here, once you're ready, I'm just gonna select this as well. I want to make sure that I'm gonna change this to metal material. So let's click on metal, and then let's just add one of this. Click apply, and then OK, and then OK again. So now, once you're ready, save this again. Go to your Twinmotion. Make sure you're in 3D, and then see in Twinmotion, and all your changes will be reflected here. So here, select this one, and let's just add the same aluminum right there. And then here, once we change it, we already changed that one, so it will reflect on that. And then once here, I noticed that this one is not showing like that. I just need to go back to Twinmotion, save this again, or to Revit. I want to see if this one is really same thing as well. Save this one. I want to change, and also here I forgot to add some lighting, so I'm just going to change a little bit some of this. Also, let's do section box. I just want to change this one right here. So paint, gypsum, and then I'm gonna select here. So that's one thing that I want to change. Close this one now, uncheck the section box, and click apply. So it goes back again. And then now we just need to go to online. You can do this one. You could do this one basically for the part 1 description. there will be link there, probably the second link, and it will have all my families that are extra. We want to add in Spotlight Square Base, so let's just download that. Once that is downloaded, just grab it from the folder and then just drag and drop, and then you'll be able to add it to one of the face right here. Let's just add this one and then add here as well. And for this, let's add it right about here. So I'm just going to add those for now. We could do this one, maybe it will appear on our ceiling. Here it doesn't appear, so it looks like it's only appearing right about here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to add, so copy this around 900 and then just add this one all throughout. Maybe I'll put 1000 and then 1000 again for the gap. Grab this one and then pull it right about here, and then here copy this. We want to put one every 1000. Probably the last one, we need to undo that. And then I want to double check if we have, it's been showing right here, no. So let's go here, level, and we could clearly see that we have it right here. So I'm just going to put 1000 up to the gate. And grab them all together and then just move this one like so. And then let's just check level 2 if that is still showing there. Just the ones that right here is not showing. But we could clearly just, I'm still selecting that, and then I'm just gonna create copy every 1000. And then just like that, and then move this one like so. And then I think I was able to just add it by just eyeballing it. Now we could just click save, clear this off, and then see in Twinmotion again. And then here, this is not, so good thing it's just on this side and it's not too visible. And then here again, we need to fix that. I want to add the same materials that we added here. I'm just gonna use this. There we go. And then we need to add something here, like a model text. We need to set this one, pick plane, and then just add this one. And then now click on model, and then just add it for now, and we could just edit that later on, or edit it now. So house number, and then here we could just put this probably 50. Press OK, and then here we could just change it to whatever number we think of. We could do 09, and then we can make it like this. Change the material, another metal material for sure. And then we could just make it a little bit bigger. So edit this one, make it maybe 100 in size, and let's just put it right about here, in between here. Okay, and then in terms of depth, we could just put this one at 25. Okay, so now we save it again. So this one, I just need to double check, because CF want to make sure that we're covering that, and then save it again, and then see in Twinmotion. And then now you just need to select this panel, and then so that every changes we did is reflected. Something's going on here. We're probably going to fix it later on, because it's just showing like that. And then this one is not fixed, so sometimes it happens. This one got changed in a different material, so we could just fix that as well. And then just setting up the same materials, changing those. Here, I think we already set this one before, but it just didn't get fixed. Maybe this one is good enough. Put it here. I want the dark part is here, and then this one should be lighter. I want it to be gray actually. And then this one, this material is the stone. There we go. I think that looks really nice now, with everything is incorporated. We could just select this one again, so that everything is looking good. We have the back accent there. And then here I just need to change the materials to something glass, and then change the opacity at least. And then the materials that I have here is good enough for the, and then probably here materials for the stone, granite stone, like that, because those are visible, so I just want to make sure that everything looks good. Here for this one, we need to make this one metal. And then make it black. And then for this material, I want the neon so that it reflects. It shows that that's like that right there. And then maybe we could scale this one a little bit. Reflectiveness. If we see a better material for this one, we might change this one. We could do a concrete. Actually, I like the combination of metal concrete, those exposed concrete. I like this paneling, concrete paneling that they have right now. And make it just dark a little bit. So that looks really nice. The combination and everything. And then here we just need to make sure it's the same material. There we go. And then we could just save this one and do the same materials for that. So I'm happy with the materials that we pick here. So I'm just gonna save this, and thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to send it from Revit to Twinmotion, and we added all the materials that we want to. And as you can see, everything is done. We also added lights, and now we're gonna continue working on this. For now, we're gonna start off by selecting the floor, so the grass portion, so both of this, so holding on control button and selecting both of that, right click, go to your scene graph actually, and then right click on both of those and then isolate. So both of them have been isolated, and then what we can do now is we need to do vegetation paint. And then let's go back here and then choose grass, and then we could have some grass right here. I'm gonna choose this one, select that so that you can increase the density, and then you just need to select this one so that you can change the diameter and you can add. I'm going to increase the diameter here so that I could just put one pass right here. It doesn't need to be nice or accurate, but I know there will be some overage, so over that. So once we're good, as you can see, we have enough grass. We can then select the floor again, go back there, press escape, select the floor, and then unisolate everything. And then I just noticed, I think we put in the same concrete as below. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to save this and go back to Revit just to change this material right here, or else we won't be able to change this one right here. So here, boarded form, go back to concrete, and then here we could just, that one is already there. This one, let's just add that, and then save again, and then see in Twinmotion. There we go. We want to double check that everything is conformed, and I want to double check what we have in Revit there. Something is going on. For some reason it's not clean. It's like that. Good thing it's not showing too much, or it's not visible, but something bothering right here. I'm not sure what's going on, but we could just check this one later on. And then now here I'm just going to select this one. I remember I haven't changed that, and then we have the grass, so that's good. And then we're going to change the materials for the ground here, and we have some of this one right here. I always like this one for the road, so I'm gonna use that, and then here for the sidewalk, and we could have our view like so right here. So we have one view right here like that. And then we need to keep on adding things right here, especially trees, and then we need to add lighting. So spotlight right here. I'm gonna add spotlight right there. We want to make sure that this is in the correct area right here. Move this one a little bit right there, and then we could just click on tab, hold on shift, move this one, I think 4 of them, and then 1 meter. This is extra, so that's fine, but we haven't set it up. I think the intensity is too much, so we could just put in 10. 10 lumens, so that's good. We might check this one out. It's in the same height anyway, I think, but we could just instantly just add it right there so that it's easier. We just need to put it properly. Let's change the speed to number 3 so that the sensitivity is much better. We put it down a little bit, and I believe that's in the correct. Maybe let's put this one to 0.9, and then after that we go right here and then go to everyone. We believe there's 2 more right here, and then we have 3 more. One and then 3. So that's perfect. And then maybe we could just grab one of this, shift, go instance, and then put it right here. Pull it down. You just need to go down because that's the last thing that you added. Put it right there and then down. There we go. And then there's 4 more. Every 1 meters. And there we go. And then what I'm gonna do here is something different. I want to have a spotlight going up now, so 180. I'm going to pull this one right here. I'm gonna change this to 10 as well, maybe 20. I want to change it a little bit, so probably this one, change the color. And then let's just add it right here. So I just like the effect from below ground. Then 3 more of something like that, and that looks really nice right there. Maybe we could just add 1 more at the top right here, so I'm just gonna copy that. And then just move this one right here. There we go. I just like the look of it, especially the way the light bounces. It looks really good. Don't forget to save. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in trees similar to this. We're gonna handpick them, and then eventually at the background we're gonna change others. So here we have something like that. It's either I'm gonna rotate this more, to this. I think that's good enough. And then some small trees below right here. I think one right here on the side, so where my view will be. So I'm gonna have something like that. So I'm gonna handpick them, and then let's see how it looks later on. Then I want something below right here, small one, small enough. There we go. And then just add something like here. I'll change my speed to number 4. Delete this. Move like that for now. And I'm happy with the trees on this left side. Now we just need to replicate some right here on the other side. Maybe we could just add this big one right here. So I'm gonna add that one and some small ones as well. I think that one is good as well for placement. And we have some bamboo right here. Maybe the bamboo is the right one for this. Yeah, I'm gonna add the bamboo, multiple of them. With lights imitating at the background. There we go. And then we're probably gonna move this one a bit, rotate it, or change it depending on how the views come up. So this part is good. we just need to add more. So I'm gonna handpick them right here, and then we're going to put them around. So select them all, make the density high, select this one, and then just simply add them at the background like that. For me, I just want to populate the surroundings, and please handpick trees near the building. Let's go right here, change the speed, and as you can see, we need to erase some of them. So it's really random how they do it. And then one of the views will be probably like this. And then we need to make the background more green, so probably we need to change the background here, so the ground, nature, and then grass. And then why not add more trees? Okay, this is some big trees. Make sure density is up on all of them, and then paint, change your speed, and then make it bigger. And we just need more at the background. And this one, all of this on the background is just for the reflection. And then we just need to add some details. Here we have some grass, and then we could just have this one chosen, then we could just randomly add them right here. As you can see, we have those. Dandelions, tall grass, we can randomly add them. then just randomly click here, and then our view. We could just delete some of them if we don't want to, or add more details to some of them, like for example some weed, just adding some weed, and then some colors like poppies. I know it's not something that you can see, but and then we could just add some small rocks and we could just always scale it. We'll just add some character to our build. And we have some miscellaneous here. That we could add right here. Some dead leaves. And then this one a lot bigger, so that's good as well, just for view. Now let's go back here, make sure to keep on saving. We don't want to lose our progress. And then here let's change the backdrop. And then let's choose one of here. So for this one, I just want the height to be offset a little bit, and the background is good enough. I want to see how, if we rotate this, how the light reflects. I like this one because all of the trees reflection goes around. This one as well looks really good. So something so this one is good as well. Something like that is good. We have some and then nice background, nice front shot, and let's not forget to add vehicle Here probably I'm going to take a picture of this now. So here the image, I'm going to click create image right there, so that I don't lose that site anymore, or that change right there. One of this is done, and then turn it around 180. And then I'm just going to put it right there, go back to my image. I'm gonna see how it looks, and that looks really nice. I'm happy with how it looks. I could just do this a little bit. Maybe we could redo this shot a bit. And then here I probably will have to add one right here, because I don't like the emptiness there on the side. So I'm just adding that one. And that. So now if we turn on this one, let's see how it reflects, because we need to change that. For now it looks really nice in high settings. This looks really good. I also want to have a shot of maybe a shot near the house, and also I'm probably going to decrease this opacity a little bit, maybe 85, and then let's see how it looks. And then here let's change this to camera view. Opacity is 85. We do this and then click on that. Let's see how the opacity will reflect all those lights there in that background. That looks okay. I think 90 is good enough. So I'm gonna put the reflection right here, 90. And also I'm going to add the same one right here. Right there. And that looks really nice. I'm happy. We could just refresh this and then turn this off. We could go around here and shoot it front like this, and it will create another one. And then another shot on this side now, and shot right here. So now we just need to turn on all of that so that once we're ready to export this, this will be all exported like that. I like the gate that we created, wood and metal, so that's really good. And then now we could do is let's create a video showcasing this. And why not another shot like this, the front view? We can move this one just a little bit, but we need to double check everything. Yeah, let's move this one a little bit, but making sure that everything still is visible. And we could have it like this as well. Another shot. And then don't forget to turn that on. Now let's go back to our video. So let's go here, create our first video, turning towards right there. Change your speed. This is around 6. Let's do this one, this shot. Or maybe this one instead, going right here, going past this. That's 6 as well. And then this front view shot, I want to emphasize this more. Around 4. And then here we could do going up view. Make it 6. And then the turnaround view. So that's looking good. And let's just leave that at 10 seconds. And then going down view, around 4 seconds for that. A still shot of the gate, 2 seconds. This one, 2 seconds as well. then just going back. Let's go back here first. It's 5 seconds. This one as well. Let's go back. Five seconds. And then what I'm gonna do is a season change right here. Select this one. Grab this one right there. Click here. Weather. That's one. Refresh on that. And then another one. There we go. So now we have something look like this. And then we could just put this one at 6. And then maybe we could just add a bit more of the weather. And then here, weather again has been changed. And then here we could just put this one at 8. That's good enough. And then after that, you just need to rename. This will be my show reel. And then duplicate this. This will be my shorts. And then you just need to export this one, all of them, select, and then here select all as well. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.